6 of the launch of the Adventure Zone, my very new program. And the special offer of $300 off for this first launch of the program is ending tomorrow, the last day of the launch. Now, today on this live, I want to tell you more about the Adventure Zone, of course, if you haven't heard about it before. But I also wanted to pull some cards for all of you guys. Now, I've done this before in launches before. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask your guides for each of you that comes on here, how I can help you. You know, I'm going to pull some cards and I'm going to delve into your energy and see just how either the Adventure Zone or my one-on-one coaching sessions or my readings indeed can help you, and we'll get into that. So hopefully going to provide you some value. Well, I definitely will be providing you some value today. If you don't know who I am, I'm Claire Louise Hay. I'm the founder of BeHealing.com. I founded it almost 25 years ago now. Long time in this game, and it's all I've had to do for that time, which I know is very unique. I've been connecting with old customers in the last couple of weeks, and you know, from many years ago, and a lot of them were healers, psychics, coaches, and I was quite shocked to find the ones that I contacted so far that used to be customers are not in business anymore. And it's made me realize, wow, you know, sometimes we judge ourselves, right? And we think they're not that successful because we compare ourselves to like all the big hot shots on YouTube and around that are doing different things. And then I think, wow, I'm like one of the few left standing. So I'm actually doing really well. So pat on the back for me. I'm just going to pull some cards for myself first while people roll in. It's unfortunate, but YouTube don't really show my videos to people, so hopefully there'll be plenty of you that turn up today for this one. Now, you'll need to be a subscriber in order to chat in the chat, but once you are a subscriber, you wait 1 minute and then you can put your question for your reading in your chat. I got the King of Cups out. The King of Cups, when it's the male version in this deck, is all about people who, I want to say admire. That's not the word I'm trying to seek for, but that's the one that is just coming out of my mouth. Admire. People who admire me. The King of Cups energy is about, a lot of the court cards, when I pull them out as a reader, it is about other people rather than ourselves. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's our energy. But I'm not just a tarot reader, I'm a psychic too, and so this is about other people. Admiration is what I got from this. Hopefully inspiration too, the King of Cups. But it's people loving me, people appreciating me and appreciating my work, and well, that's awesome. That is awesome. I'm going to get another one out as well. For me, start with myself. We need to put ourselves first, right? You'll learn that in the Adventure Zone too. I'll tell you all about the Adventure Zone very shortly. So the Adventure Zone, all right, I'll get me another card out first. So thank you for your appreciation. Yeah, in the last 2 weeks, because I have been connecting with old clients, it's really made me realize, like, I'm appreciating myself much more and feeling more successful than ever, right? It's true, right? A lot of people fail in business. And here I am, 25 years later. Page of Pentacles, this is about starting something out. And of course, pages are all about communication too. And so communicating what it is that I'm starting. So what the hell is the Adventure Zone? Here's the thing. Throughout the last 25 years and the last, I don't know, 20 years online, pretty much solely. I did have a shop before that where I used to do energy healings, massage, neurotherapy. Hey, Mandy. And what else? Readings, energy healings, massage, neurotherapy. And yeah, transitioned into just doing online work because I got really busy and I preferred that way. It was better for me. And then once I'd given up the shop and I just started working from home, which gave me a lot more freedom, I would like go into my office every day and sit there and meditate before I started work and like, okay guys, what are we doing today? And that's pretty much how I've been for the last 20 years running this business. But here's the thing, last year and the year before, it was stagnant as for me. I'd be like, okay guys, what are we doing? And it was like nothing. They just said wait. They just kept on saying wait, just wait, just wait. And so they had me treading water, just making my YouTube, today's tarot shows and all of that. Well, years before I'd been making a lot of programs. I don't know how long you've been with me, Mandy, but I was making meditation series. I've been doing like I used to do webinars back in the day before we could do lives. I used to do like webinar series and take a group of people through like accelerate your ascension and connecting them with the Lemurian masters and all kinds of things. So I've done lots of programs before. I used to have an inner circle as well, which was like a membership. Yeah, it was a membership and there was all kinds of fun things to do in there. But here's the thing. So my guys left me stagnant. I just felt like they'd abandoned me, you know. I'm like, here I am with all these gifts. I want to help people to heal. Like, I really enjoy what it is that I'm doing and I love reading for people. But here I am, like, and they're not using me for that. And it felt horrible, to be honest. But I was getting on with my life, really enjoying my kickboxing and all of that kind of thing, living on my little tropical island. So I was having a great time. But the work aspect of it, which is something that's really important to me, it makes me feel valuable, you know, when I can help people. And I don't like the feeling of not doing that, of not using my gifts, you know. Yeah, been busy. I've been very busy, Mandy. How many years have you been with me, Mandy? There's been plenty of Mandys along the way. But yeah, and so, but the start of this year, boom. Oh, I've been so inspired. And it's almost like just after New Year, I've just been hit with inspiration. And so, first of all, I had been wanting to make a free program available for like email sign up. To encourage to get new customers in for a long time, for months and months, and I've been having ideas, but none of them were like sparking me up. To make something, I've got to be like really inspired, you know, and it's like a hell yes, and it's like yeah, I've got to do this, and then I will do it, and I will make it, and I will implement it right away. I don't stop working until I've done that. It's the way that I've published my books as well, written my books, it's an idea in my head. I'll wake up 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning and the book is writing itself in my head, and I've just got to get up and just sit there and type it in until it's done, and then drink water and eat, you know. So that it's all channeled stuff, right? And so when I'm inspired, it's go, go, go. And so even though I've been trying myself to inspire myself and come up with ideas for that free email program, when I had the idea of, what was it called? I've already replaced it, but Beyond Healing and Into the Life That You Truly Deserve, right? When I came up with that, I'm like, this is it. And you know how I came up with that? I asked ChatGPT, I said, I'm Claire Louise Hay, because of course, it knows all about me because it's been, 25 years of my work online, right? And so I said, if I were to, looking at all the work that I've done, what should I put out there? And when it came back with like 10 suggestions, and one of them was like the founder. It wasn't exactly that, but it sparked me up, and I'm like, that's it. That is it. That's what I want to do. It's taking it beyond healing, you know, because my work, even though I'm called Be Healing, and the foundation is that it's about healing. It's much more than that. And I am excited to take people beyond that healing stage, right? Because that's hard, isn't it? We do the inner work, and it's good that we get good at the inner work, because there will be new levels, new devils, something coming up along the way, for sure. And so we need to have that, be able to do that, and beyond that. But the manifestation of what it is that we want in the world for ourselves and for everyone else is really important, as is empowerment and all of that kind of stuff. And so I wanted to bring that in, and I have been bringing that into my work. But not just that, opening up to using these spiritual gifts that we have cultivated with doing the inner work to heal ourselves, using those very gifts, those very spiritual gifts that we've got to make a difference on the planet with the energies. Especially, I'm really into meditation at the moment. I've gone through phases in my life, but I'm really into meditation at the moment and using that as a tool and using that to help people as well. Mandy, did you do my, the live meditations that I did? That was the end of last year as well. That's how stagnant things were. I just kept on having to come up with ideas like that to just like do something, because I've got to do something, you know. I've got to do something with my gifts. Anyway, so then after I'd put together that free course, which I did in a day, of course. No, it took me 2 days. I put that out in 2 days, and then I'm like, well, now I've got to offer more. Of course, when you're in this kind of game, you've got to offer the next steps too. I don't want to leave people hanging, you know. And so, okay, now it's time for the paid program of much more than this. And because I was in that flow of inspiration, I put together the Adventure Zone. It's always been a thing of mine. Being a Gen Xer, we are adventurous, right? Back in the day, we had a lot of freedom. That's why I still ride my bicycle now. It's just off. It's just behind that curtain because it won't stop raining. That's why I'm wet. I've got socks on because the floor's wet. Everything is wet. It's usually rainy season ends in January. Usually it ends in December, but sometimes it can carry on in January. I'm talking not just rain. I'm talking like non-stop rain, floods, monsoon. It's monsoon. It came back and it's been raining for 2 days and I'm over it. Everything's gone curly. This is absolutely soaking my little notebook. Can you see how curly it's gone? And it's just damp. The cards are lovely. It's, and the poor aircon, it's trying to take all the moisture out. You did the meditations. Cool. Well, I really love that kind of thing. And so I wanted to integrate that, my Gen X thing of being an adventurer. I always wanted to be a superhero. And I kind of am now with my kickboxing as well. And making it fun too. It is fun. It is a lot of fun, especially the manifestation part of it. It can be a lot of fun to play around with that and play around with energies. And so I wanted to take you and take me as well beyond what we've experienced before and into even more. Now, I don't know if you know about astrology. I don't know much, but I have not listened to astrologers for a few years, but I'm back listening to them again because I want to know what's going on in these energies because it's very exciting right now. And yes, astrologers are very excited too. We've got all of this change happening this year. Can you feel it? It's huge. This year is huge for the changes coming for humanity and our evolution. And so we want to be a part of that, right? And it's just, you know, I remember back to last year and my guide saying, just wait. And I'm like, okay, what are we waiting for? And they had told me I was waiting for the world to catch up. You know, it was about the collective consciousness and people being ready for this. But yeah, and then they had me put together the Adventure Zone, and it was a fun process putting it together. And so I'd be doing like, what it is there's 5 different zones in it, and each zone has 3 quests. And each of the quests, it takes you through a process through all of the zones and the quests, if you do it in order, of opening up to much, much more. Now, throughout the program, there are guided meditations as well, because I don't just want to teach you about this and take you through steps of a quest, of you doing something, you know, to put it in practice, right? Because this is the way it is, right? I don't know about you and learning, but I can read things and it's just kind of like, whoosh, and then out again. If you don't put something into practice, you don't lock it in. And so the quests are all about that. It's not about just learning what I'm teaching you, but it's about putting it into practice. And not just that, the meditations, the ASMR guided meditations, they take you there. They take you there to an expanded place beyond what you've experienced already within that. So while I was putting it together, I would like write 2 of the quests one day, and then I'd know what the meditation would be. And then I would wake up like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning when everything was still quiet, usually around 4 o'clock, and put my microphone on, sit in my bed in the darkness and record one of those, which meant that I was like half asleep, and so my voice would be really low. And they're just such beautiful meditations. When I and then I'd wake up properly for reals and edit those the next morning to increase the volume so much, and delighted to find out that there were ASMR as a result of doing it really quietly like that. So they're really cool meditations. In fact, I've used them. I've logged into the Adventure Zone itself in the middle of the night when I was finding it difficult to go back to sleep, and I've put one of them on. So throughout the program there are these guided meditations too, to take you there, to do it alongside. But while I was putting it all together, of course, I was doing the process too. I was writing the lesson, I was doing the quest myself, and then I was doing the meditation as I was recording it. I never knew what was going to come up in the meditation. I just knew like what it was supposed to be about, and then I would sit in meditation and it was channeled through. So it's such a powerful program, and in the process it was like taking me through the very process to create the Adventure Zone in the first place. It was taking me through the spiritual process of alignment and expansion and all of that as I was creating the Adventure Zone. So it was like creating the Adventure Zone and using the Adventure Zone as I was going. So I am so proud of it because I've done it once already while I was creating it myself, and I'll be doing it alongside all of you as well when you sign up. So if you do want to sign, $100 off, $300 off right now. Here's the link to it. And Mandy, let's get you some cards out, because that's what I want to do right now. And anyone else, if you're on here live with me, put a message there in the live chat and I'll pull some cards out for you. So yeah, I don't just have the Adventure Zone, which it's day 6 of the 7-day launch. So that $300 discount that ends at 6 o'clock tomorrow, which there's a countdown timer now on the sign up page. And it's 1 day, 6 hours, 12 minutes and 50 seconds left to get that discount. You can visit that link that I just put up there if you want to sign up for it. So, what else did I want to say? Yeah, today's day 6, which is why I'm doing this. Next time I won't do 7-day launch. It's a little bit too much doing 7 days of it. But Mandy, let's get you some cards out. Mandy, what does Mandy need to know? If you're not a subscriber already and you're watching at the moment, click that subscribe button and in a minute you'll be able to comment. Mandy, first card out, you got the 5 of Wands. This is saying that you need to have a strategy. See, she's playing chess there, and she's thinking that it's about having a plan. Now, what I'm getting from this, Mandy, as it relates to the Adventure Zone, is having a strategy, having a plan. It's not so much about planning. It struck me yesterday that even logical types like business people, I'm starting a podcast, by the way. This is why my mind's going here to business people. But entrepreneurs, really logical entrepreneurs that are not open to the spiritual side at all and the woo side or anything like that, they still follow the principles of the spiritual stuff. They write a business plan, right? And they don't realize that what they're doing is actually a spiritual quest when they're writing the business plan, because they are imagining and they are setting a strong intention and all of that. And it's that stuff that is really important. You see, that's what's in the Adventure Zone too. It's about teaching you what is most important in the law of attraction, the most important steps. And intention is one of the most important things. When I first started Be Healing, my intention was to help people that really needed the help. And I approached it from a kind of a charity point of view. I was here to save the world kind of thing. Of course, it's not best for me. Oh, the sound's cutting in and out, is it? Let me just have a look at the quality. Yeah, we've got monsoon rains at the moment, which means everyone's inside, which means everyone's on the internet, and the internet has been shocking So sorry about that. I'll repeat myself a little bit more, Mandy. Having a strategy. What the Adventure Zone will teach you is how to have the spiritual foundations before doing anything. So Law of Attraction teachers have kind of taught us to ask for what it is that we want and imagine already happening and have that feeling and stuff like that. And that's kind of manifesting one at a time. It's not what the Adventure Zone's about. The Adventure Zone is about getting in alignment with yourself and becoming the person that has everything that you want. Venturing in to the dimension where you've got everything that you want through meditations, and I'll take you there. And then it manifesting all at once through a dimension shift. We've experienced these dimension shifts before when everything changes, and we're going to have a mass dimension shift this year, which is why it's really important to do this. So having a strategy is what you guides want you to know, Mandy. Have a strategy, and it's about intention, the intention before you start. Now, sometimes we go through life on autopilot, right? Our thoughts are on autopilot. We just keep on doing the same things and we forget to set an intention. So for example, I could have created the Adventure Zone without doing the Adventure Zone itself. I could have created a program like the Adventure Zone and not set an intention, and it would have fallen flat. It wouldn't have done anything because I didn't give it a purpose. And so a purpose is about what I want to put into it, what I want the effects to be for everybody that goes through it, and also what I want to receive back from it. And all of those intentions are what you put in. So this is what it's about, Mandy, for you, about being more intentional when you, at the start of things. It's like doing a deal with the universe. Okay, I'm going to do this thing. I want it to achieve this, and I want it to help people in this way. I want to help this many people, and in return, I want this back from it. That kind of thing. That's the strategy. Because Page of Swords, Mandy, it's time to start again, but you're not starting over. You're starting from a new vantage point, a new perspective. Like I said, the Adventure Zone to me is taking people to the next level. Okay, we've done a lot of the healing work. There'll be a little bit more of the healing work for sure, and it's throughout the Adventure Zone as well. But we want to use these spiritual skills that we've gained, the inner work skills, the self-reflection, all of that stuff that we've used, all those skills that we've used while healing ourselves. We want to be able to use it for healing ourselves too, of course, when things come up for us. But also we want to leverage those skills and use those skills to create something much, much more. And so when the Page of Swords comes up, especially in this deck, it says you're starting again, but with new knowledge and a new vibration as well. And so a lot of things are possible, but it's going to take time. Especially one of the images in the Adventure Zone is the dandelion clock there. So there you go, Mandy. Sign up to the Adventure Zone. I'd love to have you in there. There's a few members in there already, and they are on Quest 1 in the Foundation Zone. They're doing that at the moment, and then we're going to do the first live Q&A. I'm going to do the first live Q&A with them at the weekend. So, yeah, it's Tuesday today. Right, yeah, so the last day at the weekend, and then more people will be able to catch me on there. So the live shows for the Q&As after each quest will be early morning for me, which will be, it's coming up to midday now, so it'll be about 7 o'clock, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it'll be about 4 hours ago, I think, because that seems to be best for everyone's time zone. It's early morning for me. It seems to be good for Americans. It's the evening for them. For the UK, if you stay up really late, it's good for you too. Australians, it's good because then it'll be about lunchtime for them. And who else is there? Who else even is there? So I hope you caught that, Mandy, your message. Yeah, I didn't think that. The quality is pretty poor, isn't it? It looks pretty poor. Anyway, if you're on here, click that subscribe button. You'll be able to comment in the chat room, and I'll pull some cards out for you. So what more can I say about the Adventure Zone? It's not just the 5 zones that's in there. There's a special bonus zone in there, and that's called the Reset Zone. Now, the Reset Zone is about when life happens. When life happens and there's a crisis, I mean, it's easier to get connected, to do all of this manifestation work, do your inner work and all of that kind of thing when life is like normal, right? I don't want to say roses because it rarely is that. It's a mixed bag, right? But sometimes life throws stuff at us, and it happens to all of us, and we can't manifest dodging that. And so we need tools to be able to deal with that when the shit hits the fan, when perhaps there's a death in the family, or a death of a pet, or you run out of money and you can't pay your bills, or you lose your job, or you have to move house because the landlord's selling your house, or whatever. There's these things that happen to us. Hang on. Drink my hydrogen water. There's these things that happen to us in life, and it's at those times when we're in kind of crisis mode, where our subconscious mind is just yelling at us that it's not safe, that we're not safe. Very difficult and to do this manifestational work and to be positive minded and all of that kind of thing. So it's at these points that we need extra help. And so that's what the reset zone is about. In the reset zone, there's 3 quests in it, as with all of the other zones. But the 3 quests that you have in the reset zone are at different levels. So I've likened it to computers. If you're having a problem with a computer and it's just like a catastrophic problem, you have to reset to factory settings, right? There's that. Or if the problem isn't that bad, you might just need to switch it off and switch it back on again, right? Sometimes that helps to fix things. Or it might just need a simple reboot rather than a switch off, switch back on again, that soft reboot thing. And so the 3 quests are just like that. One of them is like reset to factory settings, and so that's serious. I need my life to change because I cannot go on like this. Yeah. The switch it off, switch it back on again is like, I've really lost my way. I need a reset in my energy. And that gives you like an evening routine, an evening meditation to reset overnight, and then a morning routine and a morning meditation to do as well, so that you turn that energy around. That's what the reset zone is about. It's about turning your energy around and resetting. And then the 3rd quest is the reboot. And that is more like when you find that you've gone into automatic thought mode and you're not really feeling inspired anymore and that kind of thing. It's just that reboot, a few things for you to do in that quest that will get you back in alignment again. And then there's another bonus zone as well, which is the meditation zone. And I put that in just before I launched it because I was finding it difficult to remember which quests had those meditations in. And when I was trying to seek it out for myself, I thought, my customers in the adventure zone, they're going to have the same problem. They're going to be trying to find a meditation and they'll be looking around in it. So why not put all the meditations in one place to make it really easy for you to find them? Because I'm sure that you'll want to listen to them again. Outside of the quest as you're going through. Some of them will really make you feel good and get you really deep in meditation and experiencing amazing things in other dimensions. So you'll want to listen to them again. So is anyone else here live with me? If you're on here live and you want me to pull some cards for you in a reading, then you'll need to be a subscriber for at least a minute. So click that subscribe button and then put a message in the chat. Does anyone have any questions about the Adventure Zone and that membership? Mandy, have you been thinking about signing up? I would suggest you sign up for this first round. So the way it's going to work is we'll do the quest together after the launch. One quest at a time, and we'll go through it. After each quest that we do, and some of them will be shorter than others, I'll do a live show for your questions and answers. I'll add a little bit more in these live shows, give you a little bit more tuition in there, talk about it, answer your questions, pull cards, because things will come up for each of you. And so I will be using my skills to help you through to make sure we're all ready for the next quest. Then we'll do the next quest and there'll be another live show. And it works like that until we've got through the whole program. And then when we've got through the whole program, I'll do another launch for the next lot of people coming through. And you'll have access to it for live. And so you can do it as many times as you like. And so once I've done the next launch, which will probably be 4 days rather than 7 days, bring in the next group of people in, and then I'll go through the same process, which you can join in as well. If you find that there's a sticking point for you, like you need help in certain zones, but you're all over other zones, then you can just join us for that particular zone of the live round, next round. Or you can, just come along once a year. Totally up to you. You have access to all of the quests and the whole program all of the time. You can do it in your own time by yourself. But I would suggest the first round, but I would suggest signing up for the first round because it's $300 cheaper than it's ever going to be. And so if you want to be part of this first round, it's the best time to join. But yeah, you'll have lifetime access. And so you can do it as many times as you like, once a year or just when you need it, just when you need it. I would suggest doing it live with us though, because you'll get the most out of the program like that, and you'll make lots of friends too in our private Facebook group. So let's get anyone else on? Just me and Mandy. So I hope you caught your reading in the end, Mandy. All about intention for you, getting more intentional and having a plan and like stopping before you dive into something and meditating. Meditating to set an intention, talking with your guides, telling them what you want from something. Very important for us to set an intention. Those people that have the biggest and strongest intentions, where it's really important to the heart, it's like they've given themselves a mission in life. They're the ones that achieve a lot, and it's because the universe is on our side. That intention setting, it's important. It gets our guides going and working on something, and it gets us aligned and like with a vision of where we're headed. It can put us in the energy of determination to make it happen as well, because of course there's lots of action that needs to take place when you've got a mission in life. So yeah, sign yourself up, Mandy. Join the Adventure Zone. I'd love to have you in there. Okay, the cards are all straight again. I don't take reversals in tarot, and so I like order. I like things to be tidy, and I like order. So if anyone else wants a reading, is anyone else on? It's a tricky time of day, this, but the Europeans will be waking up soon, so I'm hoping to catch Europeans. Whereabouts are you, Mandy? Where are you watching from? Oh, we've got the Two of Cups out. I'm just like pulling random cards. Hey, Bonnie, how are you? Bonnie's already in the Adventure Zone. Let's pull you some cards, Bonnie. The romance cards that bug me. I don't know why the guides want to tell me about romance all the time when it's not happening for me. Bonnie, have you done Quest 1 yet in the Foundation? I wonder. We'll be doing the first live show at the weekend for that Quest 1. Just want to get this launch out of the way first, so I'll be in our Facebook group, in our private Facebook group, getting you all to start that if you haven't started Quest 1 already and had your ahas from that. Bonnie, would you like some cards? Let's get you some cards out. What does Bonnie need to know right now? Ooh. Bonnie, you have 2 cards here. It's raining constantly here. It's monsoon round, I don't know how many rounds. It doesn't usually do this. The latest the monsoon usually hits us. It usually has like an aftershock like this, but it's usually in January. Oh, you hurt your foot. Oh no. Yeah, get that sorted. Well, it's okay. You've got time yet, because I figured it's best to do the live shows at the weekend, and so we'll do that first quest toward the end of this week. There's time yet. Yeah, so it's monsoon at the moment, so sorry about the quality of it. Everyone's in their rooms everyone's at home and they can't do anything because it's monsooning and it's flooding everywhere. And so everyone's online, and the internet's shocking right now, worse than it usually is. Here you go, Bonnie. You've got the Ten of Swords, which is about the end of the pain, and the Knight of Wands is about exciting movement forward. This is about taking your life to the next level of excitement. You know, this year is going to be profound for everybody. We're going to be opening up to things that we didn't even think were possible. There's going to be so much new coming along this year. If you think about how much technology has progressed in the last 20 years, this year is a little bit about technology, yeah, but a lot about us leveling up in our human abilities. Physically, our human abilities physically, but also our superpowers. That's why it's perfect timing for the Adventure Zone, because I want to help people do that, is, reach their full potential spiritually and on that mental, emotional, spiritual plane. It sounds good. Oh, cool. That's good. So yeah, it's the end of the pain. So it doesn't have to be pain. It can be just like minor annoyances. Life throws stuff at us, and I think it still will, for sure. But when we manage ourselves better, we can step into this new phase of not just fighting fires, but this Knight of Wands is, well, you can see it's a horse jumping through fire, a ring of fire, It's just like exciting new things, exciting new opportunities, exciting new experiences, and all of that kind of thing. So, I think a lot of people are going to be experiencing progression, possibilities, things that we didn't even know were possible that humans can do. We'll be doing it. A lot of more people will be doing it. Have you seen the progression of people opening up to the woo? Well, science has been confirming that it's true. There's still those people, there's still quite a few people, I guess, that are not open to it, are still like, no, if it's not logical, then it doesn't exist. But I think there's a lot more people that are open to mental health, that is way more acceptable now, right? To actually talk about mental health instead of, you better not talk about that because people will think you're crazy and they'll lock you up, which is how it used to be when I was a kid. So we've come leaps and bounds with emotional health, mental health, and as we progress with that, okay, people get that we've got a mind and we've got emotions, and we can master that kind of thing. I feel like there's going to be leaps and bounds forward with relational stuff, with masculine, feminine, especially, and the divisions there and that fight, the internal battle with our inner masculine and feminine. I think there's going to be a rising. I know there's going to be a rising of the feminine, not just women empowered. That'll probably be part of it, but more a valuing of feminine energies, both in men and in women too. That has already been happening a bit, with, as I said, with people being more open to emotional health, mental health. I think the next level will be spiritual health too, but in a different way than religion. In a different way than religion. You're welcome, Bonnie. You're excited for your progression, movement forward. Yeah, with your relationship. That's so cool. Well, my guides keep on going on about relationships for me, but I've not met anyone that's the right person for me. I have had dreams about somebody. I've had a lot of dreams lately, in fact, like premonition dreams. When you start dreaming premonition, do you do that? I do. I'll go through phases. Sometimes my dreams are just wacky and have a little bit to do with something that I heard or experienced that day. But sometimes I have these phases when I'm about to head into a shift that are a lot of premonition kind of dreams. And that's what I've been dreaming about lately. But sometimes there's a guy that shows up in there, a relationship in my dreams. It's the same guy each time. It is actually someone that I've met in real life, but it was many years ago. And I absolutely loved his energy, but I was nowhere near being ready for a healthy relationship at the time. I am now. I'm ready for a healthy relationship now, but I'm in no rush because I do really enjoy my time alone. Yeah, I'm manifesting a lot. I'm in it for a dimension shift. I'm ready for a dimension shift where everything is. And the guides told me that ages ago that I'd get everything at once. I'd get like the house, the partner, the abundance, all of that stuff at once. Okay, bring it on. I'm ready for that. Were you alone for a while, Bonnie, before you met yours? Shane. I've been doing, for everyone else watching, I've been doing some readings for Bonnie. Lovely to tap into that energy. Gives me hope. Oh, it's so damp in here. I had to put socks on because the floor is wet. Like, it's just, the damp clings to everything. Like, look at my notebook. It's curly and the pages are soggy. The moisture in the air just does this, and it wrecks my cards in the same way. It makes them more curly. They don't shuffle properly. This deck is a little bit better because it's like plastic coated. These ones, cardboardy, I can't shuffle them when it's like this. Been divorced since 2017. Oh. Cool. I've been divorced since the year 2000. Long time. I have had some long-term relationships since then, but none that were completely right for me. Right for me at the time, but I tend to grow out of them. I'm ready for the one that has got the same growth game as me, or similar, you know, someone that I can grow with. But as I said, there's just no way until now that I was ready for a healthy relationship or available for a healthy relationship. You know, knowing myself well enough and being able, you know, feeling empowered and ready to being, like, I have had relationships where I've been outspoken and all of that kind of thing, stood up for myself, talked through things emotionally. I've done that before. But what I didn't have before in previous relationships was, like, the last few years I've just been single, but really happy single and really putting myself first. And so that's new, and I'm just ready. A couple of years ago, when my guys started talking about a new partner, I didn't really feel ready to give that up yet. I didn't feel ready. It felt more like a challenge to take that putting myself first into a relationship, like it would be a little bit of a battle for me to do that. Now, I don't feel that anymore. I feel like I'd get into a relationship and it wouldn't be a battle. It's not something that I'd have to think about all the time, you know, don't be codependent anymore. Don't put them first. Don't slip into that. I feel like there's no way I would slip into that again. I've got my solid foundations right now and ready for that. So, but the weird thing is, there's a noise over there. The weird thing is, well, I don't know if you heard this before on previous lives, but I have tried to date over especially the last year. And there was a couple of dates that I managed to go on. They were both with guys, older guys. Well, one of them was around my age, one was a little bit older than me, that were considering moving here, or they were just like traveling around Thailand, considering retiring in Thailand. And one of them was like, wanted a Europe retirement plan, and Thailand too, wanted to do 6 months about. And so he was just like traveling around and trying and seeing where he wanted to settle in Thailand for half of the time. And so I don't want to date tourists, there's no point. But I went on dates with those guys, and that was interesting to see if, that was a go for me. Which it wasn't, not for either of them, but interesting. But I have tried to date as well. And here's the thing. Every time, whether it's someone that's local here, or whether it's someone that, I've been chatting to online and they come here to meet me and to go on a date, every time they get sick or they have an accident or something like that and we can't go on the date. So the universe has been like, no, you can't do it. You can't date Claire. It stopped me, and I started getting a bit paranoid. It's like, you better not ask me on a date. Like, literally, I was going to tell, it's one of my best friends, and I love him dearly. There's a massive age difference between us. But, you know, it's been a long time that he's shown that he's interested in having a relationship with me, and he was getting older and older, so that I could trust more of what he was feeling, you know. And I thought, right, I'm going to talk to him about it. Here's the thing. It was his birthday, and I was going to go meet him. He knew I was going to go meet him, and I was plucking up the courage to talk to him about it. He didn't show. I'm like, where the hell are you? And he's like, oh my God, I hurt my leg and I can't work or anything. I can't go anywhere. And I'm like, seriously? And then there was this other guy who has, and is an entrepreneur, and and I met him online, and he has a business with a business name really similar to mine. Again, much younger than me, but I've got very youthful energy, and so I don't seem to have anything in common with the guys that are around my age at all. But he was on another island, and he came here to go on a date and to meet me and all of that. We were getting on great. We had like a deeper connection and all of that. And no, he got an eye infection. I never even met him. He came to the island. He was in a hotel, and then he's like, oh, I don't want to go on a date while my eyes all like, his eye blew up. He didn't want to go on a date while he was looking like that, and then he ended up leaving the island. It didn't get better. He left the island. I'm like, nah, universe protecting me. You feared losing your free time, but you've worked on balance. Yeah. So interesting that you've been through that. Like, I know what would be challenging to me in getting into a relationship, and I'm just up for it. It doesn't feel like challenging anymore. It felt challenging like a year ago. That it would be like, you know, when you can feel that bit of resistance in you, like, oh, do I really want to have a relationship? Because I'd have to give this up and this up and this up. But I do feel now, especially with the launch of the Adventure Zone, I think my work is going to be more, how can I put it? It's going to be more one-to-many, which makes things simpler. Like in the last few years, it's just been one-on-one stuff that I've been doing apart from the YouTube videos. And it's going to be more regimented as well with the launches and then going through the program. I'm ready to do more in-person stuff. I'm ready to have a fuller, more expanded life in person with new friends, with even doing business in person as well, which I can't do here, but I can do in Australia. So there might be a move coming up for me. But yeah, I feel like this space, especially with the Adventure Zone and my work shifting to that, there's space for much more. And so I'm starting a podcast. I've joined this group on Facebook, which is for podcasters. And I introduced myself in there saying, I'm starting a podcast. What would you have told yourself, your newbie podcaster self? What did you wish that you'd have known from the start, you know? And that has been invaluable, the stuff that people have said. Some of it I'd already preempted, like I was going to make 6 episodes up front before I released it and everything. But yeah, they've given me so much more valuable information of how to do it and what they wish they'd known and all of that kind of thing. And that has been born out of, it's going to be more about business, about spiritual business. The name of it, I've got a really good name for it, hang on. Is Adventures of the Spiritual Entrepreneur. So watch this space for that coming up. But I'll be doing that because I've realized in the last few weeks in getting in touch with a lot of past customers from a long time ago, past online customers. I've worked a lot with energy healers, psychics, tarot readers, coaches. And as I've been emailing everyone to get back in touch with them about this Adventure Zone and what it is that I've been doing this year, and to invite them, you know, to be a part of it all, I was really shocked to be getting a lot of the emails back undeliverable to these business owners, you know, that I used to work with a lot. Some of them I used to think were better than me, you know. I would be doing readings for them, but I'd be in awe of them because there'd be this like coach that worked with a lot of people and charged much more than me and all of this kind of thing. And we've all got something to offer, but I'd be doing readings for them, and I would have bet money on them still being in business, and they're not. And so I've been going and looking to find their website again and putting their name in to see if they've changed the business name and changed the website, and they just don't exist anymore. They're doing something else now. And you know what? It's made me realize there I was thinking I'm not very successful because I'm not rolling in money, not yet. But I've been doing this for almost 25 years and I'm still here. And that is a success in itself. And it's made me realize that. And it's like, wow, I can help people in a different kind of a way, because that's really something. The way that I work with my guides has kept me going. Now, I've not been able to continue doing the same thing. I've had to reinvent Be Healing over and over and over again, and the Adventure Zone is part of that. Another reinvention of Be Healing. You've got to roll with the times, right? You can't just keep on doing the same thing. Imagine being like the owner of Blockbuster Video. That would be really disheartening, wouldn't it? If you started a business and then it's just like obsolete, no one needs to use that anymore. Imagine how deflating that would be. So my podcast will be, whatever I said it was, Adventures of a Spiritual Entrepreneur, Adventures of the Spiritual Entrepreneur, and it'll be more about the business side of things, not just spiritual businesses, but as I said, that's why I've been thinking on even the real logical entrepreneur who doesn't believe in the woo stuff at all, they're still doing the spiritual stuff. When they put a business plan together, they're still setting the intention and they're knowing what they want out of it and what they want to offer and all of that. That is a business plan, and that is a spiritual activity in itself, even if they don't want to admit it. They're doing the same things, right? And so it's about bringing, well, it's going to be about a lot of things, my podcast, but it'll be about opening people's eyes to working with the guides, really. Working with the guides and being in alignment. And if I start the day by meditating, so I'm like, okay, I'm going to work. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. Sometimes I know what I'm going to do, so I don't meditate before I work. But if I don't know what I'm going to do, I'll sit and meditate and I'll have a chat with my guides. It's like, okay, what will we do today? And then they give me ideas. So the podcast is coming up. What do you do, Bonnie? Is Mandy still on? Is anyone else on with us? Yeah, someone else is on. So click that subscribe button and then you can chat with me. I'll pull cards out as well. I've got my cards here. I want to offer, of course, your $300 off the Adventure Zone if you're ready to sign up for the Adventure Zone. There's a link for it there. Bonnie's already in. There's quite a few people in as well. There's a couple of people that haven't gone into it yet. They signed up for it, but they haven't gone into it yet. So I just sent them another email. You know how it is. Emails get put in spam and junk and important, and you don't see them. And that email that you got, Bonnie, at first when I added you to it with your login details and all of that, and you get to set your password. Oh, you're a nurse. I've worked with a lot of nurses. I've worked with a lot of nurses that have started their own spiritual business as well over the years. A lot. Of course, it's a caring profession, and there tends to be people with spiritual gifts, nurturing, emotional, helping gifts that get into that profession for sure. That wouldn't be for me. I wouldn't make a good nurse. I'm a leader, and I'm a leader. I'm much better doing my own thing. Even when I worked in corporate, I had a very specific thing. I used to work in IT in corporate for AXA Insurance. It was actually Guardian Royal Exchange when I first started working there, and then it changed its name to Guardian, I want to say Assurance, Guardian Assurance. And then it got taken over by AXA Insurance. But I worked in IT on artificial intelligence. Now, nothing like it is now. Nothing like it is now. This was like an underwriting system using fuzzy logic and a very specific computer language, which was very unusual. And so I kind of specialized so that it was just like me, that there was a lot of people doing it when we first developed it, but then I was the one that took care of it because, I don't know, it made sense to my mind. It was a neural network. It just made sense to my mind, and it didn't make a lot of sense to logical programmers, but I wasn't one of those. And so even then, even though I did like 8 years in corporate IT, I was still kind of calling the shots because I was the expert in a system, and it was different than everyone else. IT isn't a strength of yours, it's a strength of mine. I've done all my own IT for Be Healing. Which has made things much cheaper, but it's still not cheap now. Everyone's put the prices up, hey, for just for, housing of websites and the email services as well, especially email services. Wow, that's got expensive now. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that people have dropped out. You used to be able to have like a little business on the side because it wouldn't be very expensive to run it. No, now it's expensive to run it. Now you have to actually run it as a business. These little hobby businesses, it would just be too expensive unless you're really well paid in another job. I'm just going to plug this in. Okay, anyone else on live? My hair's still drying. I think it might take all day to dry today. The humidity in the air. And it's still raining. I did manage to get out of the house this morning. I went training. It wasn't actually raining when I rode there. It was wet, but it wasn't raining when I rode there. I went early before it started raining. And then started pouring it down while I was training, and I had to wait for it to ease up just a little bit. It was still raining when I came back. Then I needed to buy some milk because I've got the yogurt making at the moment. I needed to buy a big jug of milk to make some more yogurt, and the 7-Eleven was closed. 7-Eleven is never closed. But the power was out, and so the computers weren't working. We had to wait for the power to come back on before I could buy my milk. And the lull in the rain stopped being a lull, and it started full pelting down again. And so once I'd managed to buy my milk and some chocolate biscuits, I never buy stuff like that, hey, chocolate biscuits, I never. But yesterday, when I was in all day and it was raining and I was just like, I'm not feeling very good because the sun's not shining, I really wanted a chocolate biscuit, and of course I didn't have any. I had to put up with hot chocolate. That was the most chocolatey thing that I had. So I bought some chocolate biscuits. Chocolate biscuits for myself. A treat. It's good to get out of the house this morning though and do some training. No one else has shown up at the gym this morning. There was one girl training with me, but no one else has shown up at the gym this morning. Even though we had 3 people booked in at 10 o'clock, they didn't show. Of course. No one wants to go out in the rain. It's horrible. You don't want to get even more wet when you're wet inside. Like the humidity is so much that everything's wet inside too. So the last thing you want to do is get even more wet because you just don't dry. Like you just don't dry. Anyway. Guys, what should we talk about now? The Adventure Zone. Tell me, Lemurian Masters, tell me what you want to achieve with the Adventure Zone. Because it's a co-creation with the Lemurian Masters and with my guides, of course. Lemurian Masters are big guides of mine. Knight of Pentacles, to take things slowly. Now this card keeps on coming out when I ask about the program. To take it slowly, to not rush through this. So it's good. It feels like it's slow unfolding. I just saw a mental image of a lotus flower slowly opening. That slowly opening us up. So we're not to rush the program. Bonnie, let's not rush the program. I am enjoying the launch process. It's fun coming up with different things to do each day for it. But 7 days is too much. It's just too much. There's a countdown timer now on the sign up page. There's 1 day, 5 hours, 30 minutes, and 19 seconds left for the $300 discount. And it's the clock that ticks down and it's got money in the background. Wow, almost done an hour. So if you want a reading, if you want me to pull cards out for you, you're on here live with me, then you just need to be a subscriber for 1 minute, at least 1 minute. So click that subscribe button, say hello in the comments, tell me where you're watching from, and I'll pull some cards out for you. Years and years ago, when I first launched my coaching, my one-on-one coaching. You've not done that, hey Bonnie. You've had readings from me, but you've not done coaching with me. Lots of people do the one-on-one coaching, which I call breakthrough coaching. But when I first launched that, I did a webinar just like this. It was a webinar in those days. We couldn't do lives back then. But I did a webinar and I was doing readings for people and then finding out from the guides what we would do, like what they wanted that person to address in a coaching session. And I got so many sign-ups from that. Of course, I had like a special discount offer, which I always do for these kind of lives too. And today's is $300 off still, and pulling some cards out. So how the Adventure Zone will help you. Yeah, I hope so too. I don't want too many people for the first round, because we'll be finding our feet and all of that kind of thing. Like I wasn't thinking like I want hundreds of people in there. But yes, plenty of space for more people to sign up for sure. And I will be continuing emailing lots of past customers. I've got so many people in my contacts, but not necessarily in my email system on the website. So I'm having to reach out to people one-on-one, sending them actual emails, like real emails from me. See if I can dry my hair a little bit more. Okay, what can we do now? Bring more people in. Lemuria Masters, bring more people in. Talking to my guides. Bring more people into this live. I want to talk to more people. I sent an email out to invite people. Hey Shira, how are you doing? In Oregon, good to see you. Shira, $300 still off the Adventure Zone. Bonnie's here with us at the moment. She's already in there. You're my regulars for these lives. Would you like some cards, Shira? Shira. Powerful name. Shira, the superhero, spiritual superhero. I'm pulling cards out to find out what your guides want you to know, Shira. Perhaps what you can achieve with the Adventure Zone. Let's see. I'm in monsoon. I can't believe it's monsooning again. The latest it's ever monsooned in my last 8 years here has been January, like mid-January. Never. End of February. What is this? Poor tourists here for the holidays and they're just sat inside using all my internet up. Staying in bed, I guess a lot of them would just need a rest, hey? And sometimes they'll go to the pool and they'll swim in the rain, but it's not that much fun. It's fun, for the first 5 minutes swimming in the rain, and then it's like, wet, cold. The good thing about it is it'll cool the pool down a lot. When it rains like this, it just completely refreshes the infinity pool's water with cool water, rainwater, and so it's nice swimming in it after. Shira. Well, your first card is out. Let's try continuing to shuffle and nothing coming out. Ooh, 6 of Wands. Shira, what do you do for work? The 6 of Wands is about your success. So the adventure zone for you will get you into successful mode. The Six of Wands isn't just about success, it's about being seen to be successful as well. You know, there's something that's always stuck with me. I want to tell you about this. It's one of the reasons that I put guided meditations in the adventure zone, because there's something that stuck with me. You're exhausted and confused. Ooh. There's something that stuck with me, and it was years ago. You know Lisa Nichols? You know that black lady that was on the Secret movie? She's a like inspirational speaker lady. Well, she had this program. I don't know. I can't remember what she was doing now, but it was a live or a webinar or whatever we used to do back then. And she took us through this live meditation thing. And it was so profound that I still remember that experience to this day. And it stuck with me so profoundly. I've always known with programs that I do, I have to offer meditations like that. Not just say meditate and then get yourself into this feeling place. No, it's to take you through a visualization process. That's what she did. She took us through this visualization process, and it was, I think I did it a few times, in fact. Yeah, she's great, isn't she? She's got really good energy, hey. And she was like, she took us into this meditation thing. She said, imagine you're getting home, and when you open the door, all of your closest family and friends are there, and they've all got a glass of champagne in their hand, and they all like cheer when you walk through the door, and they're raising their glasses to you because of your success, and they're all here because they all want you to be successful, and they want to celebrate your success with you. And so you've just done something, you've just come back from something that has been super, super successful, and they're all celebrating with you. And through this visualization and this process, which of course could work for everyone, because it was like after you've been successful in your stuff, generating all of these feelings about people celebrating with us. And it was profound for me. Can you imagine coming from a family that really don't give a shit about me? Worse than that, they want to undermine me. They don't want me to succeed. They try and break me. That is the words that they've used. They want to break me. Not happy that I've made myself happy and broken free. Which is why I've cut them off completely. It's so toxic. So no wonder I remember that meditation and that process that she took me through, because imagining that was so different than my life experience. Luckily, from that point, I've had more and more people in my life as I've gone on that do cheer me on, that do want me to be successful, that don't want to break me, that do, they want to lift me up and all of that kind of thing. And so I was just getting this same feeling from this, the Six of Wands. And the Adventure Zone is a lot about that as well. It's about giving you the experiences of expansion and of better, actually giving you that tangible experience. Maybe I should record one like that. Would you like that? I am very strong. I've had to be, hey. I'm a very strong woman. Yeah. I've had to be. And I like that. I'm appreciative of all of my life, as hard as it's been, and I wish that I'd had a better start than I did, but I do appreciate that the start that I had has made me who I am, and it's brought me a lot of benefits. I don't regret who I've turned into. I would prefer not to have PTSD, but I haven't had an episode of that for a very long time now. For a very long time. So I'm all good now. I feel completely healed. I'm all good. I don't know what kind of people to stay the hell away from. I don't want anyone to take me back into that energy. So as soon as I feel that from anyone, it's like, you're out. Absolutely out. Anyway, Shira, Six of Wands. I could make a meditation like that. give us that experience. I will be adding meditations to the Adventure Zone. So it's time for your success and for other people to lift you up. You're going to get that in the Adventure Zone. We're going to be lifting each other up, and we're going to be cheering each other on. It's a place that you can come where we will be for your success, celebrating it with you, wishing it for you, lifting everyone up in there. You got 3 more cards out, Shira. Oh, the Emperor, Divine Masculine. The Chariot, divided, pulled in 2 directions. Your spiritual path, the Hierophant. Okay. Interesting. Are you in a relationship, Shira? Because this Emperor is Divine Masculine energy. Yeah, it's not you, this. It's Divine Masculine energy. And so this is saying that you're pulled in 2 directions about that. Your spiritual path. I think that we're going to... I think at the moment, collective energy has got a lot of angst about relationships because of the changes, especially women have been going through and men are starting to go through now. The changes that have, it's been necessary. We could not go on with patriarchal systems and not valuing the feminine. There needs to come a balance from all of this. And of course, everyone's been like, ugh, you know, really not liking the change in energies and having to come to terms with it. I think women are ahead of the game with all of that. With the energies within ourselves, you know, having to be in the masculine for so long in the workplace and dealing with that within ourselves, having experienced relationships, be they family relationships, friendships, romantic relationships, where we have been experiencing when we're in the masculine energy, when we're in the feminine energy, what we prefer, the balance that we prefer, and all of that kind of thing. I think women have been doing that for quite some time now. And I think we are getting stronger and stronger in what it is that we want in any kind of relationship. I think some men have been doing that too. Some men that were early adopters of investigating their feminine energies. Plenty of them. There are plenty of them that have been doing that work too and are pretty solid in all of that, and they can be in their masculine energy and be in relationship with others and delve into their feminine energy when it's needed to. Brilliant. We just need more. We just need more of them, right? We need more women to get out of the toxic feminine, because that, I mean, social media makes it seem like the worst. There's more of the worst out there than there actually is, because algorithms have a shock element to them. The algorithms reward anything that has a shock element to it or causes division or anything like that. And so we see more. It's like the news, you know, same thing. We see more of the worst out there, and it can make us feel like that's what's out there, and it's not true. It's the minority. But I think it's for a reason that we're seeing that too. It gets us to confront more of those energies within ourselves, and any kind of contention that we have within ourselves still about the masculine and the feminine energy. But I do believe that throughout 2025 and beyond, we will be having more, we'll be feeling more at peace with ourselves and our masculine and feminine energies, and about relationships too. So just as my guides kept on telling me to wait for the inspiration of the Adventure Zone and where my work is headed now over the last 2 years, I'm getting that same message about us and relationships too, especially with those cards. It's like, if you're feeling that, well, don't worry. It's like, we can't help but pick up on collective energies, right? We can't help but do that. So don't worry about it. It's not just about you. Sometimes we've got to wait for the collective, for that 100th monkey effect to happen, for the majority to be headed in a certain direction and to be cool with something. Sometimes, often, in fact, you, me, all of you watching me, we're leaders in this. We're the ones that do this inner work first. And that's hard. That is hard to do because we don't get the recognition for it. We have to figure it out ourselves. When we speak out about it, we tend to be vilified for it, or, told that we're stupid or or crazy or whatever. And then everyone catches up years later and we're like, I was saying that years ago. Especially when people you personally know too, and they say back to you what you sold them like 10 years ago. And you're like, yeah. So don't worry about it. You don't need to trade your spiritual development for relationship. It's one and the same. There's a huge evolution happening in 2025. Huge. Expect big things to come, really positive things to come. And success for you. 6 of Wands. Not just success, people backing you up with that success and celebrating you with that success. Shira. Anyone else on live? Who else is watching? It says that there's 3. To be able to comment, you need to be a subscriber to my channel for at least a minute, and then you'll be able to comment. Tell me where you're from in the comments, and I'll pull some cards out for you. What else can we find out? Oh, the first quest. The first quest. What? Not these cards. These cards. What might you uncover in the first quest? Foundation zone, which is all about clearing and releasing energies. It's the healing part, the foundation zone of the program. And the first quest, you get to change your predominant vibration through a process of finding out what your predominant vibration is, what lens you're looking at life through, and therefore the stories that you've been making. And then you change your stories and you change your lens, and then you change your predominant vibration as a result. It's a powerful quest. And what you might find out is demystifying the darkness, shadow work. So it might make sense. The shadow work is the stuff that irritates us about people and about life. Whenever shadow stuff comes up, it's about us really, it's not about them. So it's whenever something annoys you outside of yourself, and I'm not just talking about I don't like this, when there's a visceral reaction to it and it's bugging you on your mind and it brings out emotions that you don't like. I'm talking about that. There's things that we can just like say no to and not like and not choose and be like, that disgusts me. But not be thinking about it all the time and be bugged by it. When you get bugged by something, that's showing that you need to do some shadow work. And the shadow work is questioning ourselves of like, and owning up to having that very same thing going on inside of ourselves. It's demystifying the darkness. Because once we can allow ourselves to have certain energies, for example, my PTSD, I've made friends with it now. I accept, I'm not made friends with it, I don't like it, but I'm no longer fighting it anymore. I've made my peace with, okay, of course my nervous system is messed up. You can't grow up in the environment that I grew up with. I was stabbed from birth with a nappy pin. That was the kind of energy of my family. Nobody can grow up in an environment like that and their nervous system not be messed up. But I've come to terms with it. Okay, I've got PTSD. It is what it is. It is what it is. It's like, I don't enjoy the episodes that I have, but I used to, when I had an episode, it used to really get me down. Like I would be deflated for a week going like, oh no, I've still got it, I haven't healed it yet, and poor me, and I hate it, and all of that kind of thing. Shadow work. Instead, now I have an episode, and it's like, oh, it happened again. Oh well. It's getting much less and less, and of course my nervous system is primed like that. And unfortunately it was through the attacks in the night. I'm okay in the daytime now, but I got attacked a lot in my bed at night by family members, and is just prime my nervous system to not be. I can sleep fine and I can be relaxed in bed and go to sleep, but obviously my nervous system is like on alert. So any sound, like there was a tree that was the last time I had it. Yeah, there was a tree out there that fell down. It was in the middle of the night. It was rotted all the way through on the inside, and it crashed down and it hit the. I didn't know this at the time. I woke up and had the night screen. So I'd have triggers like that. Yeah, that's the last time, and I can't remember when that tree came down. It was a while ago. A sound will trigger my nervous system. I'll wake up feeling like someone's attacking me because that's what happened to me. And so now it's just like, that's what my nervous system's like. It's okay. It's not a failing of me. I can't fix it. I stopped trying to fix it. I stopped trying to heal it, and I was just like, okay, it is what it is. And it's not nice when it happens. I tend to scream until I've got no voice. Like, even though it wakes me up very quickly, but even a few seconds of scream so loud, poor neighbours, it wrecks my voice. And so there's the aftermath, my heart beating really fast, and the aftermath of it, and getting back to sleep. But then the next day I can still feel my throat, and it's like, oh God, it happened again. But now I'm much better about it. And that's shadow work. And so shadow work could be coming up in quest 1. In fact, in all of the quests, in fact. My shadow shows me where my love needs to be sent. Love and acceptance. It's accepting that we've got that side of ourselves. We don't need to be perfect. We're allowed to be human. Our growth game can be good. We can be the best person that we can possibly be. We can try and be the best person that we can possibly be. And still be cool about ourselves when a very human thing shows up that we do. That's what shadow work is all about. Owning it. Now, one of the biggest things is just owning it, especially like something that I really dislike in people is lying. I really dislike that. And of course, we all lie. I've lied in my time. When I was a kid, I lied way more, maliciously. Now my lies tend to be little white lies to spare someone's feelings, or what did I lie about lately? I don't know. But yeah, that tends to irritate me more than anything else, is liars, and just owning up that we all lie, that I lie, and it's okay. And sometimes it's not okay. Like sometimes I wish I hadn't, but it's still okay. It's okay for me to be a human being. Don't have to be perfect. All right. Itchy skin. I put sunscreen on this morning. Because, right, 1st of January, I'm going to wear sunscreen every single day this year. It has actually improved my skin already. I'm not wearing, I think I've worn makeup once, like skin make foundation once. My skin is good. Got a bit of sun damage there. I'm going to have laser on it. I'm going to get that, I can't remember what it's called now. Dr. Dre did a video on it recently. They put some solution on it, and then you have like laser on it, and it gets rid of the precancers. This, on my hands and on my face. What else can we ask? Bonnie. Is there something that's going to come up for Bonnie that she should know about when she's doing these quests? Is there something that's going to come up for Bonnie? Oh, cool. I love this. Awakening inspired action. It's going to awaken your inspiration. Cool. There's only what life is asking of me. Inspiration is smaller than you think. Here's the thing, right? If I'd have had the inspiration for like the whole adventure zone, if it was given to me top down from my guides, it would have been overwhelming. Like, that's a lot. Like, that's a lot to do. But as it kind of grew. It was something that I put together and it grew. And even though it's a big program, it wasn't overwhelming to me, and I put it together in a few weeks' time. Awaken inspired action. We never ask too much. The universe never asks too much of us. If we're thinking something's overwhelming, we're not seeing it right. We're not, because it just never expects too much of us at all. There's only what life is asking of me. It's like your inspiration, it's going to be easier than you think, right? So if you think, you can have this belief that to be successful, say, I need to do something really big, and that's going to be overwhelming. And there's that resistance within us, right? That's going to be overwhelming. I don't want to work really hard and make something really big because that's going to be too much from me. It's going to ask a lot from me. And really, I want to relax more, right? And so we have all of this going on inside of us. But that's not what it's like when you get truly in alignment. It's little things, and it's exciting, and it's good. Like this has been. I've enjoyed every minute of it. Every minute of it, even the launch. Every minute of putting it together, I've enjoyed it. There's not been any jobs that have been like, ugh. There's been none of that. It's all been in alignment with me. How cool is that? There's not many jobs that can be like that. Oh, you know what though? I'll be hiring an accountant. Yeah, I'm not doing that side of things. That sucks. I don't want to do that bit. But in that same light, Bonnie, you can awaken inspired action and realizing it's going to be smaller than you think. See, that can be a resistance that keeps us away from that inspired action because we think it's going to be a big hairy deal and it's going to take too much and it's going to overwhelm us when it's not. They would just never ask. Like, I know, what's her name? Shelley, who's in the program as well. You'll get to know Shelley, Bonnie, because she's signed up to the Adventure Zone already. I've worked with her a fair bit, and she's stuck, hey, always on the same thing. It's just, she's useless with IT. And she has just got this thing, because I think of watching me, IT is my thing, and so of course what I do is going to be using my gifts and putting it together with IT. It makes sense for me, it's easy for me. She's got it in her head that she's got to do the same thing, and so she's got major resistance to it. She thinks to use her gifts to be successful, she needs to do it online. And that's not her way, and I keep on telling her, well, that's not your way. It's obviously not your way, is it? Your way is a different way. Be open to that instead. Like, we're allowed to say, like, there's that certain aspect of it. It's just like, no, I don't want to do that. And we can have it our way. Like I said the other day, I am so into Muay Thai, kickboxing. I wanted to be a professional athlete. And I told everyone that. In other words, to get paid for it. But I don't want to fight. People to be a professional athlete in Muay Thai tend to be a trainer fighter. That's not what I wanted to do. I'd be open to going on a course to being a trainer, but it still wouldn't be my work, right? But I want to be a professional Muay Thai, and I am. I get paid for it now. Trained this morning, I didn't pay for it, I got paid. I got paid for it because now I am taking bookings, answering the phone, doing the social media for them, training for free and getting paid for the social media stuff that I do. That's being a professional athlete. And so I train like a professional athlete and I get paid. Same. It's just a circuitous route, right? It's not the usual way. You've got to be open to that. I didn't even know that I was trying to manifest that. I just declared, I'm going to be a professional athlete. And I started training like one. And then I started getting paid for it. So sometimes, sometimes we limit ourselves because we think there's just this one way to get it, and there isn't. I'm not seeing any chat things, so I'm just going to refresh. No, not end the stream, refresh. Who else is on? That's automated. I don't even know what that is. Oh, there we go. Bonnie, you feel the same way about your life. Shira, you have a trip tomorrow, completely unprepared. You're a last minute person, Shira. So ready to be treated right. Also want friends again. Yeah, I want to feel like and find them. Sim Catty, that's why that card came out for you. Hey, no, you deserve to have support and be around the right people. And that just means a hell of a lot of saying no and getting rid of people out of your life. And just knowing that there's just going to be a few that are aligned with you, and that's okay. The minority, you know. And not just that, like I've got good friends around me, but they're not always like in the best energy, and I just back off from them when they're like that. It's cool. Hey, Miss J, how are you? Where are you watching from? Non-connection with phones. You don't like that. You see, I don't like phone calls very much. Although people can book in with me, I'm okay with that. But like a phone call with someone that I know to connect that way, I don't like that form of communication. Like, I don't have phone call chats with friends. I don't like that. Speak to me in phase. I much prefer text messaging and stuff like that. But I've got this thing when I'm doing my work. Like I can talk to camera and I can feel the energy of everyone that's watching me. So it's part of my gift that makes it easy, very easy and very enjoyable for me to do camera work like this, especially lives. I love doing lives. New York City, Miss J. Well, welcome. Let's get some cards out. Do you want a reading, Miss J? So, Miss J, if you don't know, I am launching my new program, the Adventure Zone, at the moment. The Adventure Zone is a membership program. When you sign up for it, you get admission for life. And we'll be doing a live round. It's got 5 zones in it, and there's 3 quests per zone that take you through this process. Now, it's to take you through healing stuff, and the law of attraction kind of thing, but taking it to the next level. So really tapping into your own journey, who you really are in alignment with yourself. So not trying like manifest one thing at once. That's not what this course is about. It's not basic like that. It's about how to really get on your path, your magic path, where like everything works out for you, and actually make a dimension shift into the dimension where you've got everything that it is that you want. And it's full of quests, it's full of guided meditations to give. So I don't just teach you about a concept and then give you a quest to lock it in so that you actually practice it, so that you're learning and experiencing it like proper school, you know. You only really remember it once you do it. But also guided meditations to take you there to the actual experience of it as well. So that's what it's about. Well, let's get you some cards out, Miss J. And see how the Adventure Zone could help you. What would it be about for you? The King of Pentacles. Well, similar to Shira, about being lifted up by others. So being helped to go onwards and upwards. Honestly, I saw a psychic years and years ago, and it just kept on saying, I just keep on hearing onwards and upwards for you. And that has been something. I keep on signing off the emails, onwards and upwards. I think it's that for a lot of us, right? To be lifted up by each other. You've got an exciting new start, Ace of Wands, being really inspired by things to make a new start and to start something. Feels like you're a bit deflated, Miss J, in your energy. It's hard. It's been hard going, right? It's been really hard going, in fact. You try and put something out there. I've had to learn to be like really selective about who I'd tell what to, of things that I'm launching or things that I'm doing, because people can just like suck the life out of something that you can be really inspired by. Tell the wrong person and then they just like shoot it down or give you some bad energy. Nobody needs that. It's hard enough to keep ourselves in a good energy anyway. And so being lifted up by others so that you can start something and continue with good energy. That's what the Adventure Zone will be for you in particular. And this King of Cups, it's about people appreciating you, loving what it is that you do. And yeah, what do you do, Miss J? It feels to me with this like you've had starts, you've been trying to do something, start something off, and you can hold your energy from a certain point, but then other people bring you down. I get it. I get it. So it'll be about you fine-tuning that. So yeah, in the 5 zones in the Adventure Zone, by the way, it's $300 off at the moment. There's a countdown timer on the website at the moment. There's 1 day, 4 hours, 55 minutes, 22 seconds left to get that $300 discount if you want to sign up. And if you've got any questions, anyone, about the Adventure Zone, then let me know. It's a membership system. You get access to it all for lifetime. Not your lifetime, not my lifetime, the lifetime of this program, and I'm committed to keeping it going. So, and what we're going to do is, Bonnie's in it already, who's in the live chat here. We are going to do it quest by quest, so there's 3 quests in 5 different zones, 3 quests per zone. We're starting off this week with the Foundation Zone 1 with the first quest, and then I'll do a live show at the weekend for everyone to answer questions, to find out what came up for you, to pull cards out to get you past any kind of healing blocks that go on. So I'm supporting you every step of the way so that we've got that quest locked in before we move on to the next one, and then the next week we'll do the next quest, and so we'll do it like that. And then some quests will be faster than others, so it won't take a week. We'll see. We'll play it by ear for the timings of it all. And so once we're through that live round, then I'll be launching the program again for the next intake, and you'll be able to do it again live with us if you want, or just come along for part of it. You'll have access to all of the material. You can do it in your own time by yourself if you want, but I would encourage everyone to do it with the group. I'm actually in other programs, other people's programs that have got this kind of a structure of you do one class and then a live show and stuff like that, and it does work really well in a private Facebook group, you know, to put questions in there, what's coming up for you in life, for us to support each other as well. So I use the structures that I've seen work in other people's program to put this together. But it be about what I'm really about, which my business is called Be Healing because I've had it for 25 years, and it has predominantly been about healing from trauma and all of that kind of thing. I've had to do it for myself, and I've been helping people along the way with my psychic gifts and energy healing gifts. And along the way, I've been creating programs too. But this one, the Adventure Zone, it's big. It's big because 2025 is a year of massive change, and we need to be on it and using our spiritual gifts that we've got to create this new world, because there's going to be rapid changes happening this year. And in a few years' time, we won't even recognize this world. It's just going to, I think we've had a lot of change like in the last 20 years, but it's still like this, and this year it's going to be like that. So get ready. If you're interested in joining, the link there is on the screen. Click that, you'll see the clock timer clicking down because the price is going up. Just for this first intake is that $300 off. So the doors will be closing, although there is a free program on my website. It's a new free program, by the way, as well. So it's not the one that Bonnie, it's not the one that you've done. There's another one on there. Shira, did you sign up for my other one, my free program? Because there's a new one on there now. There's no stopping me. I'm inspired at the moment. There's a new one which is 6 quests for next level self-love, which is a fun. I wanted it to be more in the. Both of the free programs, in fact, are in the style of the Adventure Zone, but I'm just going to be switching from one to the other. But yeah, you guys sign up for that free course on BeHealing.com. As usual, the window pops up and it offers it you. You just put your email address in and your name in, and you'll start receiving emails. But check your inbox, your spam, your junk, and if you're on Gmail, you need to find your important folder. Because all of my emails are in the important folder. I wasn't even getting emails from myself. They were hidden away, or I had to log into Google itself and get onto the Gmail server, and there was an important folder there where it was hiding all my important emails from me. So do check in all of those places, but you'll receive that if you sign up for it. But although the program, the Adventure Zone, after the launch is finished, won't be available on my website. If you go through those courses, those free courses, it will be offered to everyone at the end of that as well if they want to take it to the next step, rather than wait for the next launch. So we could have people dripping in throughout as we go. But so if you want to sign up, I encourage you to sign up. So I got one of these cards out for Bonnie. I want to get one out for Shira as well. So ready to be treated right. Same. And people are people, you know. We aren't always on our best behaviors. Not any of us. But I have found lately, like if my friends do start playing up or doing the wrong thing, I just back off from them for a little bit. That's all it takes. I don't have to like judge them for it. I just go, oh, I don't like this energy, I'll back off. Like a few weeks ago, I did that. But it was perfect timing because I was inspired anyway with my work. But yeah, my friend did something really rude. And I kind of let her off because... So what it was, I am really lucky. I win a lot of things. And it was our friend's birthday. She's got a bar. And we used to go play pool a lot in her bar, me and my best friend, right? And so, but we haven't been there for ages. I stopped going out completely. I stopped drinking and going out. Anyway, it was our friend's birthday party. So I wanted to go along earlier. It was starting like at 10 o'clock at night. I'm already asleep by then. So I found out that she was going to be there earlier on, just like setting the party up, and we said that we'd go along and see her. And so she had all of these t-shirts made up for a bar, for a birthday party and all of that kind of thing. And she also had a load of presents, gift wraps and all of that on this table at the front. And she said, if you buy a round of drinks, you get to pick one of these raffle tickets out and you get one of these prizes, right? And so my friend bought a round of drinks first, and her son picked, where's the prize? He picked one of the raffle tickets out, and it was these key rings. They gave me one, so I'll show you. Now, he's like 8 years old, I think, and it's like these key rings. It was just like a whole load of them in this packet, and it's like, yeah, I don't want that. And then a little bit later, I bought a round of drinks, and so then I got a raffle ticket, and like I'd already told them, like I'm really lucky. And so I picked out the raffle ticket. She had a look at the number. She went to get it. Well, it was the big box. Of course, it was the big box. It was the major prize. And straight away, I could see my best friend. She was pulling a bit of a face, like jealous, envious. I'm like, okay. I opened this box up, and it was a little bottle of whiskey, you know, like is it a half bottle? I don't know, those flat ones of whiskey, and the same of rum. Right, I hardly drink anymore. I'd have like I think I had a couple of beers when I was there, but very rare that I drink now. Anyway, so like it was fun to win the major prize and all of that kind of thing. But here's the thing, I opened up the box and it was all packed in and everything, and I put one bottle on the bar and I put the other bottle on the bar because we were sat there at the bar. And my best friend, she grabbed both of the bottles like that, and then she slammed the whiskey down in front of her and then slammed the rum down in front of me. Like she was claiming that. Now, I let it go. Like I thought, that's very rude, right? Just like taking her pick out of my prize. But I let it go. Like she is very generous with me and all of that. But she has a drinking problem too. And it didn't bother me because like I'm not even going to drink. I wouldn't have even drunk either of them. I will take it along to some event next time and put it on the drinks table, you know. So I was going to give it away anyway. So I didn't bother about it. But what I did do is back right off from her because that was really rude, right? And I know she's got a problem with alcohol, but, you know. So that's what I do is, yeah, they're not going to be perfectly behaved all the time. She's got a heart of gold. She's such a generous person, right? But that was really rude. And I get it. She's got alcohol problems. And so that's when that kind of behavior is going to come out from her. But yeah, it's okay for me to back off a little and just hang out with her when she's in a better energy than that. long story, but Shira, I've got a card out for you. Expanding inner power. I am my most powerful when my creativity is given a voice. You've been knocked down by other people, Shira. I'm feeling it in your energy. You've tried doing things and you've been knocked down by other people. You know, it sucks, doesn't it? We would love to have validation from everyone else and do something, everyone be cheering us on, especially people like us, because we will do that for other people. Even if we're not into what someone's doing, your friend says they're going to do something, you might think it's a load of crap, but still, you're like, yay, go you. Well, that's what I'm like anyway. Other people aren't like that. Other people will be like a little bit more truthful, and it'll be about their issue with it or their fears about it. And so even though we would love to have validation and for everyone to cheer us on, it's not what happens. Even if people love us, it's not what happens. Because they've got their own shit going on, right, inside of themselves. And I know it's cliche, isn't it, to say you need to find that validation within yourself. And I feel a resistance to that. It's like, well, I don't want to live in a world like that where I've got to find all the validation within myself. I want to have friends around me that cheer me on. I want to be supported by them. I get it. Me too. But sometimes we've got to wait for people to get there, right? Because there's a whole load of crap. There's a whole lot of crap going on at the moment. The people have got issues. So many, right? And we're here to lead the way because we've healed ourselves before other people. We sorted a lot of the stuff out, and still, we're not perfect yet. But we sorted a lot of the stuff out within ourselves. And yes, it would be lovely to live in a world where everyone was like, yay, it would be a bit boring too. Let's face it would be a bit boring too. But until we get there, until we get the one or two people that will actually cheer us on, and we definitely will in the Adventure Zone as well, because if someone starts any kind of crap in there, they're going to be out. I'm not going to have them in the Facebook group if people do that. Be assured it's going to be a very supportive place in there. I'll make sure. But yeah, in the meantime, it's about finding validation within yourself, Shira. I am most powerful when my creativity is given a voice. And then you'll be able to let your creativity fly, because it feels like you've been trying and then you've been disappointed by everyone's reactions, and that takes your energy down. And I'm not even suggesting that you should be impervious to that, because we can't. We're vibrational beings. It's just about what I found in myself. It's just about not speaking it out. I've got to keep things to myself. There are certain friends I can tell everything to because they will be supportive of me. There's one like that. And then there's a next level of friends that I've got. They might be supportive, but they might be a little bit envious as well. I just give them snippets. I don't tell them much. So you just got to be really selective about who you tell what to. Luckily, I've got a best friend he's a gay guy in the Netherlands, and he's known me since I was married and working corporate in my 20s. And so he knows everything about me and my journey, and he is super supportive. I don't think I'd even be alive today if it wasn't for him always being there for me. He's always been there for me. It's awesome. Many, many years. But yeah, he is super supportive. Even when I've been an idiot, super supportive. Even in my days where I was drinking way too much and doing ridiculous things, he was super supportive. He's like the parent that I never had. And it's been wonderful to have him there. But he is literally the only person I can tell everything to. You guys too. The people that I attract into my things, yes, I can share what it is that I'm doing freely, and I get support back. But everyone else, nah, not so much. Not so much, because we're vibrational beings. Miss J, let's get a card out for you. Still here? It's not refreshing. It's not refreshing the comments. I just need to recharge this, refresh this page again, reload the page. That's what I need to do. You're welcome, Miss J. Really need a job. Okay. Is the pinned link? Yes, the pinned link in the chat. You can read all about the Adventure Zone there. And if you've got any questions about it, let me know. You've been in recruitment for the past 10 years. You're building your own business. Cool. Need a job in the meantime. Cool. I'm starting a new podcast, Miss J. It's called Adventures of this spiritual entrepreneur. I am just doing groundwork for it at the moment. But the reason that I'm starting it, I'm not usually one to speak on business much, but I've had the guidance to do it because I've been reaching out to, I've had my business 25 years, almost. And I've been, about 20 years ago, I used to have a lot of people working for me, energy healers, coaches, and psychics that were, it wasn't just me reading on Be Healing, doing readings, it was a lot of other people too. And I've been reaching out to them lately just to let them know what it is I'm doing now, and other people as well that were my customers that I've given readings to, done coaching sessions with, energy healings for, and all of that kind of thing. Now, a lot of people over the years that I've worked with, they've been readers, energy healers. A lot of them, not everyone, but a lot of them have been that. Now, because I've been getting in touch with everyone again, like going through my old customers, been sending emails, a lot of the emails have come back undeliverable, you know, and I've been shocked because some of them I would be sure that we're still practicing because they were brilliant at what it is that they do. They were brilliant readers or brilliant energy healers or amazing coaches. And I've gone in search of them as their emails have been kicked back to me because the domain doesn't exist anymore, putting the name in, trying to find them, thinking they must have changed the business name, you know, it must have been even bigger now or whatever. And no, they're not in business anymore. And it's made me realize, wow, there I was thinking I wasn't that successful because I'm not rolling in money. But I'm still going after 25 years, and there's something to that. And so I've got something to offer in the way that I've been doing it. And I had been thinking about doing a podcast for a while, but I'm not one for just doing something when it's not like, hell yeah. When the concept or the idea, it doesn't like hit me and I get super excited about it, that's my confirmation that I definitely should do it. And so with that thought process in the last week, I'm like, you know what, I can help people in business. It's not just about having a spiritual business, like it's not just for readers and things like that, but about using the spiritual aspects to be an entrepreneur. It's going to be about that. So you probably really enjoy that, Miss J. I'll let you all know. I'll let you all know on here when it's up there. I don't even know how to do it yet. I mean, I know how to record videos and stuff like that, but I don't know. Somebody sent me a list of like podcast somethings. I don't know I don't even know what it is. I haven't looked into it. I'm in a group on Facebook of podcasters on Facebook, and I asked them all like what would they wanted to know? What would they have wanted to know when they first started the podcast? They've given me so much information by asking that question. And one of them said, be yourself, be consistent, and have at least six episodes in the stash before you drop the first episode. Pick a good podcasting host platform. I'm like, what is even that? Hashtag just do it. What are the good podcasting platforms? I said, and he replied, Red Circle, I'm with them, but there's other options. Buzzsprout, Podbean, Spreaker, Transistor, Acast, and Captivate. I think I've heard of Captivate. I don't even know what they are. What, you put your podcast in there and then distribute? I don't know. Anyway, I'm not that far down the line yet. I'll be putting together. Everyone's told me to put together 6 before I launch, but then a lot of people have said drop 3 or 4 on the first day, because if someone is really into it, they'll want to binge listen to the podcast. And that's right, because that's what I do when I find a new podcast. I will listen to 3 or 4 that day when I find it. So they said, like, you don't launch with 1 and then they've got to wait another week. You launch with like 3 or 4. So I'm learning. So I'll be perhaps recording. I batch things up anyway. I'm that kind of a person where I batch things up. So like yesterday, I did a load of shows, 6 or 7, I think. The lighting was dreadful. It's better today, but only just. So I'll be putting those together and then I'll let you know. Recruitment, interesting. What kind of business do you want to create? I want to get a card out for you. You really need a job. Maybe you really need to start a business. I mean, having a job would take the pressure off it, but having a job would take you away from being all in on it as well. Me, I raw dogged it. I went all in on it, and I made it work. And it's been stressful. Many times over, it's been stressful, relying on it, you know. But I've stayed in the game. It's made me stay in the game by being all in on it. I have had a couple of fun jobs along the way. Just fun jobs, because someone was going to pay me to do something that I would do anyway, you know. Oh, anchoring the light. This is for you, Miss J. Anchoring the light. The light is always within me. It never leaves you. You're not by yourself. You're not alone. Your guides are with you. Interesting. The Adventure Zone is going to connect you in with your guides much more deeply and give you the visceral experience of that. I mean, it's not just lessons and then quests, so you lock in those lessons and actually remember it because you'll be doing it. It's the guided meditations that take you there too, and in one of them, they were all channeled meditations, like they weren't scripted or anything. I just sat there in bed in the middle of the night, knowing the kind of subject that it was about, and then it channeled through me. And so I got to experience it too. And there's one that was really powerful, guides coming in, and one, did they choose you? I can't remember. You chose them or they chose you? I think you choose them. I don't know, but it's a beautiful meditation. So you'll have an actual visceral, actual connection with your guides much more closely, because with that card saying anchoring the light, it suggests that you've not been feeling like you're that supported by your guides and by the universe, and like really feeling that light with you all the time. I get it. Sometimes there's stagnancy. Sometimes we're waiting for other things. Sometimes we are working on ourselves. Life goes through cycles, and we're not supposed to be prolifically creating all the time. That's a very masculine paradigm, which it really needs to go. The feminine way of being is in line with nature. It's going through cycles. We shouldn't be on and productive all the time. No plant is doing that. They don't flower all the time, fruit all the time. Nor should we. We go through cycles. That in business as well. To honor that, like I stipulated that. I'm like, I need it to be like that. I can't be on all the time. You can't do this kind of work consistently. Like I can't do like 9 till 5 and doing coaching sessions every single day, booked up from 9 till 5. Can't do that. Because a lot of what I've got to do is promotional stuff, and it's, you know, finding new customers, building the customer base and all of that kind of thing. The promotions, the marketing, it takes most of the time. Luckily, I found a way to do it that I really enjoy, like this, which helps people as well, like win-win. Talk about win-win. So yeah, just some ideas there. But Miss Jane, that podcast will really help. But yeah, the light is with you all the time. The universe is there. Now, there is a zone in there called the trust zone. There's 3 quests in there to build up trust that the universe is there for you. That will help you, Ms. Jane, with your energy. You've got great energy anyway. You don't have anything to worry about at all. Who else is in here? I'm just having to refresh it because it's not updating. Yeah, who do you recruit? What do you recruit for? What you think? Obviously a people person then, that's good. Got to be a people person, hey. I need to pee. Sorry, I didn't mean to slam the cards down. I'm just going to take my microphone off and go to pee. You don't need to hear that. Sorry about this noise. I'm back. I missed a phone call while I was in the bathroom. That's funny. Still doing the gym stuff. It's fight night tomorrow night, or maybe not. If it carries on raining like this, it won't be on, that's for sure. They haven't even advertised it this time. I told them if it's on, I'm putting someone else's phone number on Google for it, because it's the last day of my launch. I'm not going to be answering the phone. Like, the phone rings all day long when it's fight night. I want to help them out, but I don't. My business comes first, not theirs. Boundaries. I've learned boundaries. How are you guys with boundaries? Have you been exercising your boundaries lately? Putting yourself first? Prioritizing? They can call back if they want to talk to me and book in. But everyone that booked in at the gym this morning, they didn't come. Who wants to go out on a day like this? Nobody. Nobody. Now it's thundering. But look what I bought. Let me show you. It's all soggy, the box is soggy. I never buy junk food, but this weather makes me want to eat junk food, and so I indulged. And I bought a big jug of water, and the yogurt has got 6 more hours in my yogurt maker there. And I am going to enjoy these this afternoon. I'm going to make matcha green tea, and I'm going to eat chocolate biscuits. That brings me so much joy, because I never have stuff like that. I eat really clean all the time. Well, the chat isn't updating, which is kind of annoying. Is there anyone new in here? It's fun hanging out on lives. I really enjoy it. I love pulling cards out too. Something you've been learning, boundaries. Yeah, it's quite an art, isn't it? I thought that I had a problem with boundaries, but I was just around the wrong people. We can't out-boundary. I wrote a blog about this. We can't out-boundary like narcissists and people that are not going to honor boundaries. It doesn't matter how you word it, what you say. You can't get better at boundaries with someone like that. They need to get better at in themselves, at being a human being, at being a decent effing human being, right? I thought I was bad at boundaries. I bought a book about boundaries, and I was reading it, and I'm like, you know what? I don't have to word it a perfect way. I don't have a problem with boundaries. I've got a problem with people that don't honor boundaries. I will speak up about them, and I have done for a very long time about my boundaries. But I have been around, because there's lots of them, people that do not want to honor boundaries. And what made me realize that it wasn't a problem of mine, it was a problem of theirs, of other people's, is that my ex-boyfriend here, who I've cut off now because he's got a drug problem and I just can't be around him anymore, but he, early on when we first met, we were just chatting. We were gossiping, in fact, about people on the island, because we live on a small island. And I brought up this girl that I used to hang out with, but oh gosh, she was trouble. I think I'd diagnosed her as a covert narcissist. She was trouble. Oh, she was really nice at first, but trouble. And then, so I just asked him, like, you know this girl? And he said to me, I don't want to talk about her. Then I really wanted to know, like, why didn't he want to talk about her? But it was a boundary, right? It was dead straight, clear boundary, and I am a decent human being. And so I said, okay, and I've never asked him again about her. Because really, I don't really want to talk about her either because she's a pain in the ass. And he didn't say it in any fancy wording or anything like that. He just said, I don't want to talk about her. That's a clear boundary. And you see, we don't have a problem with boundaries. You know? It's not about wording it right. It's just about the person that you're talking to. So I started reading this boundary book, and then I realized, do I really need to learn all of this intricate, I'll word it like this? Because it's not going to work on those people. Nothing works on them. Nothing works on them. Have you ever had a relationship with someone with the issues like that? You can call them a narcissist or whatever. Lacking empathy, or someone that is just wanting to prove right. They're wanting to be right instead of relating. Nothing is going to work with them. Not talking about an issue, not talking about a boundary. They're always going to put it against you. It's not about us, it's about them. I'm just so much better now. I judge people. I judge people now, and that's okay. And so someone shows me who they are. There's an issue, and I talk to them about it, and they have this really obnoxious reaction to it to make me wrong and not even want to talk about it. And then I just go, okay, I'm putting you in this shitty person box, and I'm going to stay clear of you most of the time now. Right? Doesn't have to be about that. Like, I've got a friend. I consider her a friend. And she tried to gossip. She was very drunk one night. End of fight night. She was just paralytic kind of drunk. She was like, you know, repeating herself and all of that stuff that people do when they're just drunk way too much. And then she was like, oh, you'll never guess what everyone's saying about you, Claire. I said, I don't want to know. Oh, she did. Of course she wanted to tell me. She could hardly stop herself. She felt that boundary. But no, she couldn't. She had to say it. It's like, okay, well, maybe, you know, she's drunk or whatever. But no, she just wanted to gossip. And I already knew she was a gossip. I keep her at arm's length, you know. I do like her sometimes. I won't be involved in the gossip when she gets into that. And she does have she can be a very manipulative person as well. And I give her the side eye when she's doing stuff like that, because I see it, you know. I still consider her a friend, I do. But I ain't going to be telling her my secrets. No, I ain't going to be telling her my secrets. And so a lot of this, what I've been figuring out about myself, is that I don't have a problem. I just need to allow myself to be judgmental. And once I'm like, completely ignore that spiritual teaching that it's not good to be a judgmental person. Once I'm like, it is good to be a judgmental person. It serves me way better to be a judgmental person and to not ignore red flags, like put people in different boxes so that I know where to place them in their rankings. Like 1 to 10. 1 is, I completely trust you. You've got my back. I can tell you anything and you'll be there for me. You love me. And you're a decent fucking human being. You're in my 1 category. And then there's the 2 category, and then the 3, and then the 4, and the 10. I will never speak to you again category. And I never want to see you in my life. And that, quite frankly, the world will be at a better place when you die. There's people in my life. They're not in my life anymore. There's people that have been in my life that are in category 10. And being judgmental like that serves me so much better. I'm not gossiping about them. I'm not outing them. I'm not telling other people about them. I might tell you guys about them just as an example to help other people. Which is something that my family have never understood. They're like, can't you be successful without going on about us and about the abuse? And I said, quite frankly, no, I can't. Because I'm helping people heal from that. I don't name them. I'm not doing it to out them. It's very different, right? So I'm not judgmental in the way that I'm like, oh, they're bad people, and tell everyone about them. Just so that I know where to have my boundaries at. It's another form of boundary, I guess. But yeah, believe in people when they show me who they are, and be much stronger in protecting myself to the very best of my ability, so that I can feel really good all of the time. There's nothing better than that, to Give yourself the space from any kind of behavior. Even if you really love someone, like someone, to give yourself space. Hey. How about you guys? Have you learned that too? I'm just imagining now the live shows in the Adventure Zone. They're going to go on for hours, aren't they? We're going to be there like nattering for hours. I do love it. Maybe one day, I don't know. I'm going to look into, like, everything for the Adventure Zone is housed on my website, behealing.com. So not only do you sign up there and you can get my readings from there and all of that kind of thing, everything that I offer is from there. But that's where you log in for the Adventure Zone. The material's on there, so you'll get a special login once you've signed up for it. And yeah, you'll log in from there. Keeps it all accessible, right? But I was looking that there are what do you call them? Like widgets, add-ons to the website that I can purchase to have chat in there, rather than on Facebook. But you see, with Facebook, you can do the live within there. But Facebook won't necessarily always work. Do you know what I mean? They could change it any day because, let's face it, it's going downhill, isn't it? But I don't think there's any good kind of, whatever you call them, widgets or add-ons, apps that you can put into your website that will be ideal for chatting and all of that, to have the lives within there too. Probably just better using Facebook for now, but that would be cool if it was all housed in there. And yeah, if Facebook becomes all, you know, authoritarian more than they even are in now, I'll shift it from there and I'll put it somewhere better. But for now, the live shows are going to be in the private Facebook group because it's a free resource and it works pretty well for private. Anyone can access it and I can go live in it too. Oh Lord, it ain't. Insert ads during a break. Having boundaries helps to remove people who are not good for you. Yeah. Cool. Who else is on and where are you watching from? Say hello. I'll be pulling cards out for you if you admit to being on here with me. Where are you from? It's monsooning here on Koh Tao in Thailand. It never monsoons this time of year, but it usually finishes mid-January. But it stopped at the end of December, just before Christmas. Just before Christmas it stopped, and now we're having like round 2 of the monsoon, so it's dreadful weather here right now. But don't worry about me, I've got my supplies. McVitie's digestives. I never have junk food and I'm treating myself today to those. Who's on? Let's pull some cards for you. I'm launching. This is day 6 of the launch, of a 7-day launch. I won't do this again. I'll do it like 4 days next time, not 7 days, it's too much. But today, for day 6 of the launch, you still have your $300 off if you want to join up to the Adventure Zone on behealing.com. It's my new program. You get lifetime access. So now is the best time. If you're thinking about signing up, definitely sign up for this first round of it. The doors will be closed tomorrow, 6 o'clock. That's when the price will go up $300. And so do be sure to sign up before then on behealing.com. It's a membership program, so once you've signed up, you'll receive a login. You can log into my website there and you'll see all the material for the Adventure Zone. Now there's 5 zones in there, and it's to take you through a process, healing yourself, getting in alignment. Really, it's about the process of becoming who you really are spiritually and living a magical life. It's kind of the law of attraction with the healing part in it too, because you know how it is. You start manifesting something and something comes up, something about yourself, something you need to heal, a block or whatever. It comes up. Life happens as well, right? So it's about the law of attraction, but it's more than that. It's not about manifesting one thing at once. It's about getting you to the place where you are in total spiritual alignment with yourself. In each part of it, I teach you something, and then you've got a quest And the quest helps you lock in. It gets you to actually put it into practice, gets you to lock in that energy. And there's a lot of guided meditations in it as well to give you the visceral experience of actually going there in the feeling place. So it's not like I'm just teaching you and then like do that and have that feeling and, you know. No, I take you through step by step. And not just that, but after each quest, we're doing a live show with you all in there as well to answer your questions, deal with whatever's come up, any healing stuff that comes up along the way. And so each zone has got 3 quests in each zone, takes you through this process. 2025 is the time to do it for sure, because we've got so many changes coming up. Human beings, we're going to find that we've got so much more power than we thought before. People will be realizing that they're way more powerful, spiritually, emotionally, mentally especially. You know, we've had huge advancements in technology, and that's going to continue too. But 2025, it's about the human being, really, the power of the human being and our humanness and our connection with Source that's really going to come out. And so it's timed with that, with what we're going through this year, but to really empower you. Now's the time to do it, because we also have the evil people too, you know? Oh, let's call them evil people, yeah. Who are not happy, they're not doing the inner work in themselves, and so they're still trying to take power over everyone else, right? And it just seems like trillions of dollars just aren't enough for them. They've got to wreck everything. They've got to wreck the soil and people's health. The latest scam, I don't know whether you realize this, the latest scam is telling people that protein is bad for you, don't eat so much of it, and then trying to sell you peptides to heal your health after it. Monsoon! Have you ever experienced monsoon? This is what it's like. You can't see it, but the rain is literally like a sheet of water coming off the roof. It's so heavy. If I suddenly disappear, it's because there's been a power cut. But I think actually there's already been a power cut, so I think we're on the generator electricity, so it should be all right. What was I saying? Before I was rudely interrupted by lightning. Yeah, so the evil ones. Yeah. That's the latest scam, telling you not to eat so much protein. I tell you, I eat a lot of protein. Every meal is centered around protein. Being an athlete, a professional athlete, I stepped up my protein a few years ago. I had to, and I recover so much more. I'm almost 54. I recover so much faster from my workouts. I don't get that aches, and I started to get like sticky joints and things, like my joints would be sticky in the morning and get aches and stuff like that. Nah, not anymore. Increase the protein. And so that is the latest scam, telling people, they're telling everyone the opposite of what is true to try and sell their products, and their products are all about control of people, and they're telling exact opposite of the truth. Exact opposite of the truth. And people are getting wise to this now. They're becoming completely obvious, right, because of it. So it's a good thing. But as they've got their agenda going on, and really people with mental illness like that, mental and emotional illness is what it is that they've got, you know, they're not happy in themselves. And so, like, nobody that was happy in themselves would be trying to do all of those kind of things, harm people for financial gain. You just wouldn't, right? But, yeah, people have voted them into power. Like, what the hell? What the hell? But anyway, now is, with all of this going on, now is the most important time in this year especially to be tapping into who we really are, because our consciousness is way more powerful than their game. It's like, know it. Your connection with Source is way more powerful. They don't have that, they're not exercising their connection with Source. They've got a connection with Source, of course, but they're not being backed by Source. You don't get backed by Source unless you're in alignment. And it might appear that they're doing very well and they're being backed by Source, but they're not. They're just exerting control. And the only way to bring ourselves out of that is by exerting our true power, which is in alignment. And so that is a subtext that's going on with the Adventure Zone as well. It's to get you to experience who you really, truly are, and then we can create this new dimension. Let me go into that a little deeper. So there is no time. You've probably heard this concept before. There is no time. So, whoa, what the hell? How can we get our head around that? Well, if there is no time, that means that everything is happening now, which means there are multi-dimensions, and that's the truth of it. There's multi-dimensions, it's all happening now. So you 5 minutes ago was a different dimension than it is now. So your higher self and my higher self, we choose where our consciousness is going to be, right? And so we feel, right, that our consciousness is with our body in this moment now, right? That's because our higher self has chosen our consciousness to be in this dimension. But we have, it's not just about our higher self, we also have some conscious control over that too, which dimension that we choose to be in. You've switched dimensions before, and I can prove it to you. When you've had a spiritual awakening, you shift dimensions. Everything changes, right? Everything changes in your life because you've shifted significantly the way that you look at things. And as a result, what you experience in life changes completely. That's shifting dimensions. We've all done it. All of us have done it. And we've got proof of it because history is slightly different in each dimension. And so names of things are slightly different. And we all get online and go, I remember it like this. And everyone else says, yeah, so do I too. That's because we were in a different dimension before. So there's changes or glitches in the matrix that show that we do dimension shift. Well, now's the time for a mass dimension shift in 2025. And so in order to do that, it takes a tipping point, a consciousness tipping point where the majority of us are reaching a certain vibration in order to create that new dimension that we're going in. And that is more powerful than remaining in this dimension, creating a similar kind of dimension over and over again with our concept of time, by being on autopilot with our thoughts and doing the same things, believing in the limitations that are in this dimension and all of that. And so the program is about expanding your mind beyond those limits into the new dimension that you want to go in. And when we all do that, and we all do it together collectively, a new dimension is created. Now, these things happen generally in human history when there are wars, or everyone gets in alignment when there is a shared enemy or disasters with dimension shift. You've all dimension shift and disasters, right? When everyone comes together and helps each other because there's some kind of a natural disaster going on, like this. It's not a disaster, a monsoon, we're used to it really, but it can be with the floods that will be going on down the road now for sure. We have a collective dimension shift when we go through something together like that, because suddenly everyone gets with the same mindset of we need to fix this or change this or do better, and then there'll be a collective change in consciousness that creates a shift to the new dimension. Well, we're having this on a global scale this year, 2025, a global shift. And so now, this is why my guides have told me, put the Adventure Zone out there now, because this is about taking you through that process of expanding your mind and creating that and getting in alignment with it. We're leaders. If you're listening to me, you're a leader, and we need to do this year. So join. Join the Adventure Zone. You get $300 off. I didn't want to share that one. Hang on. So I want this one instead. Here's the sign up. Oh, it's not working. Here's the link to sign up. I don't know why it's not putting it in there. There's the link to sign up. I'm trying to change this note. Sign up. I pasted it in there. The link that I've been giving you isn't the one that's got the -SL. Here it is. This is the one that's got the countdown timer that I just put in today. I made two offer pages. This one. If you're ready to sign up, click that link and get your $300 off, and let's get going on it. People have already signed up. This is day 6 of the launch. The launch is ending tomorrow. It's the final day tomorrow. And then we'll do it live together. We'll go through each quest. Not all live. Like I'll tell you when to do the quest. You do the quest, and then I'll have a live show with you all within the private Facebook group to answer your questions, to find out where you got stuck or what came up for you, and help you out with that, with my gift, my psychic gift, and all of that. So if you're on here live with me and you want me to pull some cards for you, say hello. Tell me where you're watching from in the live chat there. And if you've got any questions about the Adventure Zone, my new program, then just ask away. Anything. Can talk about dimensions and all kinds of things. Clearly. But it's an amazing time to be alive. Did you know that? It is. Like, this is what we came here for. Like, literally, this is what we all wanted to be here for, this bit. For this bit. 2025 and the next few years, it's going to be, ooh, blow your mind. You'll see. Good night, Bonnie. Sleep tight. Who else is on here? Say hello. You need to be a subscriber to say hello. A subscriber for 10 minutes, 1 minute, just 1 minute. Be a subscriber for 1 minute. Click that subscribe button. 1 minute later, you'll be able to chat here, and I'll pull cards out for you. What else do we need to talk about? Can you see the rain? Not really. Do you want to see my washing? You can't really see outside. Oh, I wanted to show you that it's just so heavy. It needs to stop. I'm over it. At least I got out of the house this morning. I went and exercised. I want to go running tomorrow morning. We'll see. Stops raining. Please stop raining. Okay, what else are we talking about? The Four of Cups. Four of Cups. It's interesting because this is the energy of waiting for something good to happen to you. But then it doesn't, does it? It doesn't unless we change our energy. We get the same old if we remain the same old person. Magic shows up when we change our energy, and in the Adventure Zone, I will take you into the dimension that you want to go into in guided meditations. To have that experience of it. But not just the experience of it, it's the feeling of the person that you'll be in there. That is what is really important, for you to feel who you are in that. Because when you have that feeling, you'll know it. It's like when I come up with my programs or even a blog, anything, I get the confirmation that I get that this is what I need to create now. It's like an excitement. It's like a hell yes. It's like I get a little bit giddy inside. It's a feeling of alignment, especially with my creativity. And when I get into that, there's just magic after magic after magic after magic happens. And I want other people to experience this too. I'll also be starting a podcast, which is called Adventures of the Spiritual Entrepreneur. Because I've realized after being in business for almost 25 years now, there's very few people in the spiritual game that have gone on that long. Very few people. It's the minority. And I therefore have something to share about that. About business. Doesn't matter whether it's in like a tarot reader, energy healer. It doesn't have to be that. You can be in business with anything. You could be selling your, I don't know, your pottery or whatever. It's about how I've been in business and how I work with my guides or tune in to know what it is to do to stay in that flow and to recreate things and to know just how to be in that energy and be in business and be in alignment and, you know, for it to be a magical journey. So that's coming up too shortly on podcast places. But yeah, this energy of Four of Cups, it's not a very good energy, the Four of Cups card, because it's like waiting. I've got this energy and I'm just waiting for something good to come along. And a lot of people are in this energy like, I'm trying to manifest something better for myself, but I'm not changing who I am, so it's not going to manifest. I'm just going to get the same old shit that I've got before. That's what the Four of Cups is about. But you see, there is something better on offer, but she's not looking at it. She's not looking at it. There's always something better on offer right there. But until you shift your energy, you can't even see it. Hey, we go through life with these blinkers on. This is like, I only know this, I only know this. I'm going to get up and do the same thing every day. Think the same thoughts. Be in the same energy. Be in the same energy. Oh, like disappointed. I'm disappointed by life. I'm really just, oh, there's another disappointing thing. And then like you get to the end of the day and you're like, universe, why didn't you give me anything exciting today? I'm waiting for this special shiny thing to come along. Universe is like, well, what can I do with you? You're in that same energy. You're only going to get this more of the same, right? And so in the adventure zone, I take you out of that into a completely different energy in yourself. Now, the first quest, the people that have already joined up in the last few days of the adventure zone launch, they're already on quest 1. Quest 1 is all about that. It's finding out what your predominant vibration is. So, and changing your predominant vibration. So I think it's like a 7-step, I don't know, I'll have a look. Let's have a look. I think it's a 7-step process, the adventure zone. So when you click on the adventure zone on my website, which you can do now, but you won't get access to it unless you've signed up. And then a login thing comes up, and then it lets you in. And then this little annoying screen pops up saying my account, and choose a page to access, and it's got higgledy-piggledy, all the pages from the thing. You just close that down, you click on the cross in the corner, and then go up to the adventure zone page with the normal website doodah navigation bit. Foundation, first zone in there, click on that, and then blah 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 blah, foundation quest 1. Here we go. So in foundation quest 1, I tell you why we're doing this. So step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, step 6, step 7. Right, the 7 steps, the last step, the 7th step is a guided meditation. And so it's got a lot of examples in there as well, because this is the foundational quest 1, this is your foundations. It can be very surprising to find out what your predominant vibration is and how that affects what access you have, what you see in life, what access do you have to experiences and all of that kind of thing. And also the stories that you tell yourself as a result of that. And so we'll be changing all of that kind of thing. You'll get major ahas from it, even from quest 1, so get yourself in there and get started. The first live show will be at the weekend, so you got time. Bonnie was just in here before. She's gone to bed now. She's already signed up. She hasn't done quest 1 yet. She's going to do it toward the end of the week. Yes. I also help manage the Muay Thai gym, and so I just need to message this person who wants a session today. Yes. Can you do 3 p.m.? So sometimes I get interrupted by people trying to book in for the gym. I do all the social media for them and take the bookings and answer the phone. And then tell the boys what they're doing, just because I'm the English speaking person here. Or maybe we can do 4 p.m. Oh, yeah. Sorry about this. Let me check. Sorry, I'm just messaging this chappie in Instagram, and I need to message the boss. Someone wants to get themselves to the gym in 2 hours' time in this. Can you hear the rain? It's ridiculous. It's just so heavy. There's a creek at the back. There's a river rushing by just outside the back of here. It's usually dry, but when it rains hard like this and it flows down and it goes like to the crossroads, be underwater. I believe it was up to knee height yesterday in the afternoon. I rode through it this morning on my way to the gym, and it was just about that much. I was getting a bit of spray and it was wetting my shoes as I was pedaling along. I ride on a bicycle, and on the way back it just started raining again, and it was probably about, I don't know, perhaps a foot deep. Sometimes it gets to waist deep, and that's when it's really dangerous. I just want to say yes to him for 4 o'clock anyway. Here we go. Let me just refresh this page because it's not refreshing. The comments, your comments. Who's on here live with me? Where are you watching from? Say hello in the chat. You have to be a subscriber of the channel to say hello in the chat, by the way. And I'll pull some cards for you. So we've talked about this. Not a good energy. A lot of people in it though, like expecting their life to change when they're not changing their own vibrations, mindset. In the adventure zone though, I'm going to take you to and teach you how to expand your mind beyond. You see, we hardly use any of our brain at all, and our brain is like a transmitter and a receiver. We only have access to the things that we believe in. We don't even see the rest of it. We've got this pattern recognition going on, where we, as a human, we only access and see what we know and what we believe in. Now, you can expand your mind, and you will in the adventure zone, beyond those, and then when we expand our mind, like anything is possible, and then instigate something from that place in a meditation, boom. I am not just telling you this as a teacher. When I was putting together the adventure zone over the last month, I was doing it myself. I was doing it while I was in the process of making it. The whole thing was born out of doing it. It was born out of doing it. I sat in meditation, and I remember the day. I sat in meditation and I did that whole mind expansion thing that I'll teach you how to do to get rid of all of those limitations and like just what is possible. Like what is possible. And then, was it in the meditation or directly after the meditation, I got the inspiration for the adventure zone. It came from that place. And the stuff that comes from that place is really powerful and really magical. Oh, he's not responding. I'm just going to say yes to him. Sorry about this, just managing a gym at the same time. Let me tell him where he is. Hey, where's the map? There it is. Oma. His name is Oma. Oma sounds like he's from, I don't know, could be from anywhere, right? Israel. Oma, 4 p.m. private. I just need to update nobody showed up then. Update the diary. Ah, stop. 4 p.m. Booked. Okay. So, any questions about the Adventure Zone? Not like other programs. I know, I've done a lot of other people's programs. Over the years. I used to be like really into getting coaching and doing other people's programs years and years and years ago. Some of them have been similar structure to this, where they've had lifetime access. So this is a lifetime access kind of a course. It's a membership thing. So once you're in there, you have access to all the materials, and you always will. And you can do it as many times as you like. And so after this launch, we'll be starting, and you'll do a quest. I'll tell you when to do a quest, and then we'll do the live show to answer all your questions and all of that kind of thing and support you in it. And then we'll go through the whole program like that. And when we get to the end, I'll do another launch, bring in the next group of people and do it again. And so you can join in as many times as you like. You can do it once a year if you want to. Or if you find that you're stuck, if you have like a particular issue, say with trust, you'll want to come to the trust zone each time we do that and then do that alongside with us. You could use it like that as well. You'll get to know it once you get in there. I would advise that you do the first round with us live though. And yeah, it's the last day of the launch tomorrow. The doors will be closing tomorrow for that. So if you click on that link to sign up, you can read more. You can read more about it there as well on my website, behealing.com. Okay. What else can I tell you? So there's 5 zones in it. That's the main structure of the program, and then there's 2 bonus zones. Let me tell you about the 2 bonus zones. One of them is called the reset zone because life happens. No matter how aligned you get, life happens. People die, pets die. You might run out of money or something like that, or have a challenge come up, or your house gets sold and you need to move house. There's a lot of stressful things that go on in life. And that's when you need extra help. So that's what the reset zone is about, when you need extra help. You might be in crisis, or you might have just gone back into thingy-bobby zone again, automatic thinking zone, and back to your old predominant vibration again, say. That's when you go in the reset zone. Now, there's 3 quests, as usual, in the reset zone. And I've likened it to a computer. When you have a problem with the computer, right, you can either, go back to factory resettings, right? So if the shit really has hit the fan, and you need to do something serious and really need to start, and there needs to be a major change and you need it right now in your life, you'll go for quest 1 in that. Quest 2, well, you can switch it off and switch it back on again, and so that is a quest where I give you like an evening routine to do. I listen to a guided meditation which will get you off to sleep and change your vibration while you're asleep, and then a morning routine and a meditation to listen to in the morning, and that will reset your energy. So that's a switch it on, switch it back, switch it off, and switch it back on again. And then there's the simple reboot. And so that is at any time when you realize that you've kind of gone on an automatic thinking again, or your old vibration, then you'll do that quest, and that'll be, you can do that anytime, like in the middle of the day or whatever, and it'll just get you back on track again. Sorry. Oh, definitely from Israel, because he's trying to barter the price. People, huh? So, any questions? I'm just going to have to refresh. Oh, what's wrong? What's going on? Did it lose me for a while there? I was talking for ages and it might have lost me. I don't know. Who's watching? Where are you from? You need to be a subscriber in order to chat in the chat room. But I was just talking about the reset zone. Did you all get that? So there's 5 main, I'll say it again because I don't know whether there's a problem with the live or what. But the 5 main zones in the adventure zone, and then there's 2 extra bonus zones. And one of them is the reset zone because life happens, right? Life throws stuff at you no matter how much you're in alignment. Even Jesus had stuff happen to him like this, and he was really in alignment, right? So, people in your family die, people that are important to you die, or pets die, or you run out of money, or you lose your job, or, all of this kind of life stuff that comes up, because it really can throw us for a loop. And so there's a special zone in there called the reset zone for when life happens. Now, I liken it to a computer. There's 3 quests in there, as always. There's 3 quests in every zone. A computer, you can, if it's really gone wrong, you can reset it to factory settings. So that's quest 1, where something needs to change in your life and it needs to change right now. That is going to change your life completely, believe me. I've done it. I've done it a couple of times now, and it's changed my life completely when I do that one. All of these things I've done myself, all of these quests, and I do them regularly too. Quest 2 is switch it on, switch it off and switch it back on again. And so that is an evening routine, and then a guided meditation that will get you off to sleep, reset your energy during the night, and then a morning routine and a morning meditation to listen to. So that's the switch it off, switch it back on again. And then the third quest in the reset zone is just the reboot. And so that is something you can do in the middle of the day just to get you back on track, sort your vibration out, and yeah, get you out of that automatic thinking into better thinking. And so that's the reset zone. And then there's another bonus zone in there as well, which is the meditation zone. And so throughout the program, quests have guided meditations in there. And some of them do, some of them don't. Now, once I put the whole program together, I wanted to access one of the meditations, and I'd be like, which zone was it in again, and which quest was it that had it in? And I'd be like looking around for it. And I realized that you guys will be doing the very same thing too. If you want to listen to one of the meditations and do it again, you'll be fumbling around in there trying to find it too. And so there's the meditation zone as well, which is a zone that's got all of the meditations in the program in one place, so you can find them really easily. So what is there not to love about it? Sign yourself up. Here's the link. Here's the link to sign up. Now it's $300 cheaper right now. That offer ends tomorrow. There's a countdown, and you'll see there's a countdown timer on the offer screen, and it says it's 1 day, 3 hours, 43 minutes and 25 seconds left of that $300 discount. So now's the best time to sign up, especially because the year it is, because we're in such a transformational year this year. If you've watched any astrologers or any psychics at the moment, we talk about the energies that are going on at the moment. We're all so excited because this year is a profound year. This is the year that we all came here for. This is why you're alive. This is why, like, if you've been thinking like, why was I born here? I'm an old soul. What was I even thinking? I'm sure this isn't a karmic lifetime because I seem to know much more than everyone else. And what am I doing? Well, this is what you're doing. You came here to be a leader right now, for this. The changes that are going to happen this year especially, but also in the coming few years, profound. In the history of human evolution, it's profound, and it's about us stepping into the things that we can do, our power as a human with our connection with Source. It's going to blow your mind. If you thought that technological advancements have been awesome, just you wait until you see what people will be doing, you included and me included. And the Adventure Zone is about that. It's getting you ready for that too. So it's part of the big, the whole thing. There is this, one of my neighbours is going out the back. Hang on, I need to look. Because it's really wide, the river now. It's almost reaching to my, wow, I need to look out the kitchen window because it is really gushing. No wonder he's gone to look at it. I've never seen it so big. Holy crap, I've never seen it so wide. It's about 5 meters from my bungalow now. The river is about 5 meters from my bungalow. I've never seen it so wide. That's how heavy it's raining, and we had major floods and stuff. It's going to be flooded so bad down on the roads now, with it being that wide. Reservoirs will be full, that's a good thing. Any questions, anyone, about the Adventure Zone? It's actually, the rain is eased up. It's still raining, but it's eased up a little bit. It stopped when I was drinking water. That was funny. Am I back? Yeah, I'm back. Yay. Chocolate biscuit break. Put those in there. I had a look at the river out the back. Let me show you. I just made a video of it. It's bigger than I've ever seen it before, but wider. That's what it's like just out of here now. Now, usually the water goes up to about that point now, but now it's like really big. It's on its way. You see, the power lines and the water things are right there. The water's like touching them now, so it's no surprise that the power went out. But here I am, I'm back. Chocolatey teeth. Okay. I think we need a refresh of the lip situation. Is anyone still with me? Did you stick it out, the power cut? They're usually pretty good at putting it back on again. I live in a resort that's got a power generator. Because we get power cuts a lot on little islands like this, you know? Especially when it's raining. Or windy. Or if there is a squirrel that's just like decided to run across a transformer somewhere and fry itself. Snakes. It's one of the worst aspects of living on a tropical island. I can't complain. I can complain about the internet speed though. We don't have the bandwidth for this island for the amount of people that we have on here. Okay, lipstick is back on. Let's get going. If you're on here live with me, I was hoping to catch the UK crowd, Europe, by being on in the afternoon. Who's on here with me? Say hello in the live chat. You do need to be a subscriber in order to chat with me. But if you do, hit that subscribe button. And then in 1 minute time, you'll be able to get a reading from me. If you say hello, tell me where you're watching from. We are on day 6 of the launch of my new program, The Adventure Zone, which is all about teaching you how to heal yourself, but also to how to not just manifest the life that you truly deserve and you want, but it's going deeper than that. In all of the lessons and the quests that I give you, so not only do I teach you things in there, I also give you a quest for you to actually practice it. Then I give you a guided meditation to really lock it in so you experience it. Taking you not through a law of attraction process where you just like, you think of something, I want a car, and then you're like, no, it's not that. This is a much bigger process than that. This is about getting you aligned with yourself on your magical path to what you're supposed to be doing, where you're supposed to be, where all that good stuff is. I mean, it all happens into a dimension shift, you see. It's getting you into the dimension that you're really supposed to be in. The reason that we need to do this at the moment, the reason I've launched it this year, is because 2025, it is a year of massive change. I just had deja vu then. We're going to see a lot of that as well. It's a year of massive change. Can you feel it in the energies? It's awesome. We are going to go beyond what we've experienced before as human beings with our connection to Source. You're going to tap into abilities that you thought were impossible. I can't even name what they're going to be, but like I remember when my son, my eldest son, was a little kid, and he was practicing telekinesis, and I remember it so clearly because I practiced telekinesis too over the years, not just when I was a kid, trying to move things with your mind. But here's the thing. I also lived years ago in Byron Bay in Australia. I used to have my kids half the time. They'd be half the time with my ex-husband and dad. And so it is a year on, year off is what we used to do. And so I had this house in Byron Bay, beautiful house in the middle of the rainforest. It was actually built around a tree. It was like a horseshoe shape, the house. It's a gorgeous place. Anyway, when my kids would go back to their dad, I would put all of their stuff away into boxes, and then I'd rent out the rooms and have housemates. So my life would like change completely to being like a single person with housemates, which was always interesting, really interesting shift. It helped me get over it because I found that was just the best way of dealing with it, you know. It's hard to be without them. And so I just used to change my life completely. I'd still be running my business. I've had this business for a very long time. I'd still be doing that, but I'd want my whole social thing to change and everything, so I wasn't just sat there in an empty house by myself, feeling sorry for myself and really missing them. So I'd get housemates anyway. Sharing with this lovely girl called Lauren, and then, what was his name? He moved in. I can't remember. It was awesome. We had a great time together. James, his name was James. And James was a comedian and also a spoon bender. Talking of telekinesis, he could do it. He waited until he was moving out, the day he was moving out, to come and sit by me. I was laying down on the lounge. I used to have this circular shaped lounge. Such hippie. And he was moving out the next day. And so he waited to that evening and came and sat right next to me as I was laying down and right in my face. He bent all my cutlery out of shape, right in front of my face. Like, right there, he was sat right next to me, like, squeezing onto the lounge next to me and bending my cutlery in front of my face, like holding it this close and then doing it. Boop, it would go. He wrecked most of my cutlery that night, but I'm very glad that he did. And I'm like, tell me how you did it, tell me how you do it, because I could see that he wasn't like moving it or anything like that. He wasn't taking it out my sight. It was right in front of me, and the fork would go like that in front of my eyes. Tell me how you do it. It's like, all I can tell you is I spent a long time meditating in a tent at the bottom of my garden. And I'm like, So then I started meditating even more, right? But now I get it. Of course, it's about meditation, but it's not just about, you don't just meditate for a long time and then find it out. No, I teach you how to meditate in that kind of way, in the adventure zone, to break through all of the limitations that you believe in, the limitations that you've got, and to open up to what's truly possible for you, not within the confines of what you already know, because that's what we usually do. We usually try and manifest something within the confines of what we already know. So we're like, well, this is what the world is like, and these are the limits that I've got, and so I'll try and manifest more money, but I'm going to try and do it through my job or through my business or whatever, We just limit it to what we already know. We think that everything is within the confines of this dimension that we're in right now and what we're experiencing. But it's not. Here's the thing, it's not. And so I'll take you in meditations to break free of all of that belief system, to open up to the field of potentiality where everything is possible, where anything is possible. And then from that place, ask some questions. Then from that place, ask some questions. And indeed, that is where the adventure zone was born from itself. From me being in one of those meditations for myself and asking what was possible, what more is possible, and all of that, opening up to infinite possibility, and the adventure zone came through from there. It's where every revolutionary, visionary, every inventor, every inventor has been in order to bring this stuff through. We're pretty powerful enough when we stay within this dimension, and then we manifest using the law of attraction from there. But it's nothing, absolutely nothing compared to what's available if you expand your mind beyond those perceived limitations that you have by really believing in this dimension that you're in. We really shouldn't believe in the dimension that we're in. It's not that good, really. It's not that good. Open yourself up to a whole new dimension. That's what the program does. It takes you there. So you see, it's not really about the law of attraction. It's taking the law of attraction to the next level. And that's what many people are going to be doing, not just in my program, other people's program, and they're opening up. Like, this is the agenda for human evolution, no less. There's many of us teaching this now. Well, maybe not many, but it's the year to do it, believe me, because we want to create that new dimension that we want to go into for a much better future for the human species, and we will be creating it. So definitely don't this year get caught up with the fear of what those evil ones are doing. You know, those ones that are not happy in themselves and they're trying to take control over everyone, like they've been doing for years with the corporations and stuff, and they're wrecking the planet and they're wrecking people's health, and they're telling us complete lies, the complete opposite of what's true, to try and sell us more shit that harms us and harms the planet. Not in alignment at all. The universe isn't backing them on it because they're not in alignment. We are way more powerful than them because we're in alignment and we've got the backing of Source. I mean, it's not like they're abandoned by Source. They're not, of course, they're loved by Source. But they're not going to have the magic happening for them. Not when they're trying to control like that, they're not. And so we're way more powerful. So do not fall into the fears of what's going on, because there'll be plenty of that too. Of course, there'll be plenty of that too. Yeah. Latest scam. The latest scam that they're trying to do now is, like, they've been trying to tell us lately that protein is bad for us. It's not. It's not. It's what we're made of. Protein and saturated fat is pretty much what we're made of. But this latest one is protein's bad for you. Don't eat it. And then, there's these magical things called peptides. Buy these and we'll inject them into you, and buy them because they're really good for your health. Just think on that. Just think on that. What are peptides? Google it if you want. Ask ChatGPT, what are peptides? You can just eat protein. They are literally telling the complete opposite so they can sell stuff. And the stuff that they sell you is not, it's harmful for the planet and for us. So don't get sucked in by that. Don't believe that lie. It's full of it. It's just for power. It's just for power and control, and so apparently the trillions of dollars that they've got isn't enough for them. But my point being, we are way more powerful than them, because we're connected with Source. So if you're on here live with me, say hello. Say hello in the live chat there. Where are you watching from? Do you want to know anything more about the Adventure Zone? The doors are open right now. You see the links on the screen there already. You can click on that. The $300 off for this first round, because it's the first launch of the Adventure Zone. It's $300 off at the moment. It's never going to be this cheap again. The price will go up. It's well worth the full price, $997, but right now it's $697, so a considerable discount there. If you sign up within the next, it's 6 o'clock tomorrow that price ends, and so I'll tell you exactly when it is, because the timer is on. We'll have lots of fun in the Adventure Zone as well, supporting each other. There's a supportive group in there too, everyone that's signing up. All you wonderful people. 1 day, 3 hours, 15 minutes and 55 seconds left. Also, if you're new to me, I'm Claire Louise Hay. I am an energy healer, a psychic, what else am I? I'm a kickboxer. I'm a professional athlete. I've been doing Be Healing, my business, for almost 25 years now. It's all I've had to do too. I've been doing this for a very long time, helping people to heal, creating programs like this to help you. And so I'm going to be around for a lot longer as well, of course. I'm almost 54 years old, although my eyes might be showing it, but I am the fittest, strongest, healthiest, happiest person I've ever been in my life. Like literally fittest and strongest. I was working out this morning doing my kickboxing with, I think she was about 28. Way fitter than her. I'm way fitter than all of them. Apart from the staff that, like, there's the 2 boys that I work with, the twins, and they're adorable. I love them. I've known them since they were like 14 or 15, and they're now 20, and they're adorable. And one of them, he can bounce. He can bounce so high. He can jump up. I can't jump up like that. Not anymore. I don't think I ever could. Box jumping, that's not for me. But I'm a powerful kicker. I'm fast. I kick you really fast. and punch real fast as well. She called me a machine this morning. So that's me. I'm really into that. And I live on a little tropical island. and Thailand, but my guides have told me that I'll be moving soon, so I'm kind of getting ready for that. I'm selling off things that I don't really use at the moment, getting ready for it. Of course, I don't want to sell things that I'm still using, not until it's go time, you know. I trust my guides that they've told me that this is happening, but I don't trust them that much that I want to make my life inconvenient in the last weeks or however long it is here. So I'm just kind of preparing for that. Australia, I've got 3 children. That's a difficult story as well because I grew up with an abusive household, and unfortunately, well, fortunately, it's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing too, that I had my children in my 20s. I had my children early. Good thing because, you know, otherwise I wouldn't have had them, and they're adorable. Bad thing because I didn't know who I was then. I certainly hadn't healed myself, and I chose someone with issues, of course. Do we have children with the right person? Very rarely. And so, or even after we broke up, it was okay. It was okay. We shared the kids for a while, half and half, and then it wasn't okay with them, and they started turning them against me, and they didn't need to talk to me anymore. And I had years of no contact with them, and then my eldest came back. He got in touch with me saying, "I'm so sorry, we've treated you like garbage. Can I come and live with you?" I was in Australia then, and they were in the UK. And so he came to live with me. Now he's in Australia and he's got 3 children of his own. It's pretty much like parallel lives, doing very similar as doing the massage. He's got his own business where he's doing the massage that I used to have as part of Be Healing as well, the same modality. He had children around the same age as me, the same amount of children. He got divorced at the same age as me too, and so I'm probably going to be moving there very soon. We're building that relationship back up after another few years of not being in touch again. And he certainly understands me better now with what he's been through personally himself. And I want to have a relationship with my grandkids, of course. That's going to be so much fun. And I also have been guided to work more in person as well, so I'll be doing women's groups there on the Sunshine Coast as well. So I'm gearing up toward that. But in the last 25 years of Be Healing, I have been predominantly working online. I did used to have a shop though where I do massage, energy healings, readings, and neurotherapy, which is EEG biofeedback, in Byron Bay in Australia. I had a shop there, and I closed that down because my online stuff got really busy, and I much preferred the online stuff. It's cleaner for me. It's clearer, it's cleaner when I'm not in person with somebody. However, my guides are telling me now to do more in-person work, which I can't do here in Thailand. I can't work here because I'm just on a retirement visa here, so it's time to go back to the land of the living. After my 8 years being a hermit here and just loving myself and just having the lifestyle that I really want and living a simple-ish life. Simple with regards to food, that's for sure. We've got supermarkets, but they're what you would call in other countries, they're called like mama papa shop, or supermarkets. And I also help manage a gym because I'm the English speaking person there, and so I just need to talk to this person. Do you want to swim there? Someone's asking, is the gym open? So I said, yes, it is. You want to swim there? It's probably going to buck in at 6. That's cool. Yeah, it's going to be completely flooded out on the road now. The river at the back is just, monsoon. I'm over it. It can stop. It was dry season, and then a monsoon came back. What the? So any questions? Any questions about my program, The Adventure Zone, about me, about my past, about anything? Ask away. I've had to do a lot of healing on myself over the years, which is why I formed Be Healing. It was a full-time job because I was so messed up with my start in life, the kind of people that I'd been around, and the patterns that I'd learned of freeze and fawn and never stood up for myself. I just I needed to empower myself big time and heal myself too. I've got post-traumatic stress disorder still, but hardly ever have episodes anymore, which is awesome. Yeah, ask me questions. Say hello, tell me where you're from, and I'll pull cards out for you as well. I'm not just a tarot reader, I'm actually a psychic too, so I use the cards because I find them fun. I like using them. I don't need them. I get downloads, and you'll probably see if you watch my readings, or get my readings, like it's never the same message, rarely the same message twice from a card. It gives me the general, it gets me going. The card gets me going is what it is. Sometimes it keeps me on track as well because I can go off on tangents sometimes. But I made a deal with my guides to use my gifts, not for entertainment, not for people that don't believe in it and just want to test me, because that's just, I've had people like that, and it's like, no. Like, imagine like going to a gym and going, oh, we're just going to work out because I don't believe that this is going to make me fitter and stronger. The gym owner would be like, what the hell? Or the personal trainer, like, what the hell? Like, what? 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 Anyway, don't want to do that. Don't want it for nosy people that want to pry into other people's lives too. People tried that with me early on in my business. It's like, no, I don't do that. Like, if you need to know about an ex because it's beneficial for you to get over it, sometimes, yeah, I will go there then. My guys either give me the information or not. There's a brick wall if it's about nosiness or gossip and all kinds of things like that. So I'm just not open to that energy. So I made a deal. With them, like, I will use my gifts to help people heal. And so that's what I've done for the last 25 years. And I'm doing it now, especially stepping it up with the Adventure Zone. Going from more of a one-on-one working model to one-to-many, which I've done a lot during my business. I've had programs before where I've done that. But with the changes coming up for me, moved to Australia and all of that, getting this structure in place is really good for me, to be then starting women's groups there in Australia. And I don't know, they just told me that there's people, women especially, for me to connect with there and lead. So I'm a leader. I'm a life path number 1. I've always been doing my own thing. We will see. Oh, no power. At least I've got power back here. I'll book them in. If you don't make it, we'll send a search party. Who is it? It's Phelps, I think. Who is it? What's his name? Dustin. Oh, it's Dustin. I do the bookings for the Muay Thai gym just because I speak English. I speak English better than them. Dustin, 6 p.m. I'm just going to book him in. Private. Dustin private, 6 p.m. Dustin private. Okay. Questions? Speak to me, people. Who's on? Where are you watching from? Let me get some cards out. And if you don't want to speak to me, this is for someone that's watching right now. This is a message for you. These are healing something or other cards, I can't remember. But I do quite like them because sometimes they can get to the crux of what needs to be addressed with regards to healing. Someone's watching right now and you need this message. Even if you're hiding and don't want to reveal yourself. And here's your card, overcoming fear. Ah, that's why you're hiding. Okay, makes sense. I will transcend every loss. Oh, Wow, okay. Now, whoever this is for, you might want to book one-on-one coaching with me instead on my website, behealing.com. You'll see that there's a tab there, work with me, and you'll see everything that I offer there. But right at the top is breakthrough coaching, because this card and the energies in it, it makes me feel really sad. You've got a fear of going there, of healing yourself. I get it. There's some things that are just, it's like our subconscious mind holds us back from it because you don't want to go there. There's a fear of going there and addressing it because it's linked with loss and you don't want to lose even more. But here's the thing. The fears, like doing a bungee jump, I've never done a bungee jump, but like that, or jumping out of an aeroplane, which also I've not done. But anything that takes courage like that to do it, that nervousness, it's just before, and then it dissipates as soon as you do it. It dissipates. It's gone. That fear is gone as soon as you do it. Right? It's like you're fearful before, like you do it, the lead up to it, and you get more and more nervous, and then there's a lot of nervous trying to stop you from doing it, and then as soon as you've done it, it's gone. That's what they want to tell you about your fear. It's a fear of actually going there and healing something. Sometimes it's because we don't know what's on the other side of it. We don't want to heal something. We don't want to face it. It's scary. Like, we've got a nervous system and a subconscious mind for a reason. They're both there to protect us and to keep us alive, but they go overboard. They go overboard so much. And so our nervous system, it's like, nerves, don't do that, because it thinks you're going to die. Whether it's a bungee jump, throwing yourself out of an aeroplane. I mean, that's understandable, isn't it? Your body's going to think you're going to die. That makes complete sense to me. But things like healing something or confronting somebody, that ain't going to kill you unless you're really around dreadful people. Facing something that you can heal, especially like I've been told many times that I'm scary in my work because I will tell the truth. I mean, it's not fake. My gift is not fake. I can pick up on energies. I have access to that. It's because I meditated so much because I was abused as a child. And so from a very early age, I disassociated and went into meditation. I had to disassociate for the things that I went through. I had to get out of my body to be able to survive the things that I went through as a child. And so that built up this ability to be able to instantly go into this meditative theta state where I've got access to everything and I can do it instantly. It's helped me survive. It's helped me to be a good person. My guides brought me up as a child. And not only that, but I hear answers for other people. And so as I was growing up, people would say, "You'll never guess what." And I'd hear it straight away, and I'd have to pretend I didn't know and pretend shocked. Oh, really? Wow. Until at certain points in my life where I've become complacent with that, and I'll just reply to them, freak people out. I don't do that often. That's usually when I've had enough of a place, and then I'll really show people who I am and what my powers are. But anyway. People have said they're scared of getting a reading because of that part of the subconscious mind and the nervous system that go, it's not safe to go there, and I won't let you hide. But it's safe. I'm safe. I am the safest person in the world, I'll tell you. I am the safest person in the world. You can trust me. I might tell you things that you've not wanted to confront, but it's better. It's not in a harsh way, not in the slightest. It's from your higher self, which is always from a loving place, always. And it will make sense to you why you went through something and why that happened. I can't tell you the things that I have told people. Well, I can tell you, in fact. I'm going to tell you right now. The things that I have told people in one-on-one coaching sessions, my breakthrough sessions, have set people free from a lifetime of angst. Especially when it's been around parents, stuff with parents. I had a lady come to me once. She actually bought a pack of 5 breakthrough sessions with me. She used one of them. It was enough. She got what she needed out of one. She thought, this is a big thing, I'll get 5. She had one. She didn't want her money back. She's like, it was worth it. She came to me because she had weight issues. And she said to me, I know it's emotional. She's a doctor. She's a medical doctor. I know it's emotional, she said. She said, I know I'm a medical doctor, but I know that this is emotional. And I just do not want to go there. And she said, and I know that you're going to take me there. And I said, oh yeah, I will. Anyway, it was about a relationship with her father. So I pulled the cards out and I said, this isn't about your weight at all. This is about your relationship with your father. I'm like, okay, there's an energy here of, what was it? It's about your mum. Your father's relationship with your mum. Your mum had, what was it? She had, her father considered her mum weak for some reason. What was it? I can't remember the exact details of it, but he considered her weak for some reason, and then he didn't want his daughter to be as weak as her mum, and so he overcompensated for it. And he overcompensated in a way that made my client think that there was something wrong with her, right? And what he did was ended up putting his daughter in the exact same energy as her mum had been. That's the way it goes sometimes, when we can try and control a situation as a parent or anyone and take power over it, especially for a child, and like, I don't ever want them to be like that, and so we'll do this to shield them from that. They don't get shielded from it. It reinforces the exact same thing. And so I delved into all of that with her, and it's like, this is how he was with it, and it came from love. Now, her father had already passed. She could never have this conversation with him. But when I told her the details of it, of why he said those things and treated her like that, which caused this problem in the first place, she's like, that's it. And she's like, she had no animosity toward him anymore. She's like, oh my God, he was trying to save me. It was just like, it was just misguided. That's all. He just didn't know. And she was like 60. She was like 60, almost 60, and she'd been living with this her whole life, and it caused these weight issues and these emotional problems for her. And it was an act of love, misguided love from her father. And so it was just like, gone like that. That's why I call them breakthrough sessions. It was just gone like that. And so whoever's watching this that needed that message, get a one-on-one session with me. In fact, the Adventure Zone, it's probably not what you need at the moment, but I'd sign up for that anyway, do both. The Adventure Zone is actually $3 cheaper right now and tomorrow, all day tomorrow, than one of my breakthrough coaching sessions with me. Both are powerful. Both are for different scenarios, right? There's not a one-on-one breakthrough coaching session that you would need like that is not going to be covered within, it's outside of the remit of the Adventure Zone. The Adventure Zone is different, although when you're going through all the quests and everything, I will be there to give you advice and pull cards and stuff like that and get you through blocks. It's not going to be that big breakthrough stuff that happens in there. I just can't do that in the Adventure Zone kind of a format. And actually I say that in the Adventure Zone, in the healing part of it, and like healing from major trauma or anything like that is beyond the remit of the Adventure Zone. We'll be dealing with the little stuff along the way for sure, and I'll be helping you out with that. But that big stuff, it needs to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed one-on-one, if not with me, with a healer. I don't really want to say a healer, a therapist, or whoever get you drawn to. Anyway, but it needs to be one-on-one. Rarely can we do it by ourselves. I tried to heal myself by myself for way too long, and I had significant leveling up when I actually got help from a therapist instead. Significant. And then I was like, why did I spend so many years trying to do this by myself fumbling around trying to find out the truth and all of that when I could have just gone to someone like this at the start. Although back in the 80s there wasn't any, it wasn't as accessible as it is now, let's put it that way. So that was a message, a strong message for someone then. If that resonated with you, go to my website, behealing.com. There's my breakthrough sessions there. Anyone here live with me, say hello in the chat. You'll need to be a subscriber for at least a minute in order to my channel, in order to say hello in the chat. But say hello anyway. Tell me where you're watching from, and I will pull some cards for you. So this is day 6 of my live launch. Day 6 of my launch of my new program, The Adventure Zone. It is a lifetime access membership thing where you pay once and then you've got access to it for the rest of your life. The doors close tomorrow at 6 p.m. Bangkok time, and everyone that's signed up in this first round will do each quest throughout the Adventure Zone, which is 5 zones, 3 quests in each zone. We'll go through each one of those quests together, and then I'll do a live show to answer questions and pull cards and things like that, and we'll do that. There is a bonus zone in there as well, which is the reset zone for when life happens, shit happens, crisis or whatever it is that you're going through. When you need that extra bit of help, there's 3 quests in there, and you can pick your level in there that you need for your reset. There's also another bonus zone as well where the meditations are. So there's meditations throughout the program in various quests. And I found myself, when I was trying to find them after I'd put the program together, find a specific meditation. It was hard to find it because some quests have them, some quests don't. And because I was having trouble finding it, I thought, everyone else is going to have trouble finding it, because you'll want to do the meditations again, not just when you do that particular quest. And so I put all the meditations in one place, so we've got a meditation zone as well. So it's full of resources in there. Each quest, I teach you something, but then you have a step-by-step process of locking it in, doing something so it locks it in with you, so that you don't just read it and it goes like whoop, whoop. And then ASMR guided meditations to give you the visceral experience of going there in your energy. And then the live show to make sure you've got it before we move on to the next quest. And it's a progression to really get you aligned and into your expansivity and the life that you truly want and deserve as well, with a healing peppered in there along the way, because you know what it's like. We try and level up or grow in any kind of a way, and there's healing blocks that come up, and so I'll be helping you through that, because I'm about be healing after all. So, do you want to sign up? If you want to sign up, the links are all over the chat at the moment. Go check it out. There's a countdown timer for when the price goes up. Oh, I just realised, like my system, I can set it up so that the price goes up automatically at a certain time. I just saw like there was a message that popped up a few days ago saying you can now set the prices to change on a certain date and time. Set that up. It might not work though. Sometimes not everything works in these things. Anyway, 6 p.m. tomorrow. Countdown timer is on that offer page. Also, I have one. I can only do one at a time. Free programs. So there's a free program that's on my website right now. When you go on it, a window will pop up, and it's 6 fun quests for next level self-love. So this is a free program. You'll get a different quest every 2 days through your email, and it's really fun. It's really fun, and it will level up your self-love from wherever it is at the moment up to, I don't know, a bit higher, or maybe really high. So when that window pops up, when you visit behealing.com, put your name and your email address in there and sign up for that. It's called 6 Fun Quests for Next Level Self-Love. So the $300 discount ends in 1 day, 2 hours, 49 minutes and 35 seconds. You can find that on the link. If you're on here live with me, say hello. You'll need to be a subscriber to say hello. And tell me where you're watching from, and I'll pick some cards out for you. I'm losing my voice right now. You might have noticed. How long have I done? 3 hours, 40 minutes. It's monsooning outside. It's pouring with rain. You probably hear the thunder. There's a river out the back where it's usually dry. If I had a kayak, I'd be on that, although it'd probably be quite dangerous. Here's something for not many people know. I used to be a whitewater slalom kayaker, and the coach for the England team had picked me out of a competition where he saw me paddle and asked me, did I want to be coached to paddle for England? And I said, oh, well, I was really shy and abused at the time. And I said, yeah. Anyway, then he invited me along to this meet. It was on a river, and it had been raining all weekend, and it was really high and really fast, this river. I was used to paddling there, but it was totally different because it risen up a meter than I was used to. And it was freezing too. It was like January, north of England. Whoa. So I'm in my kayak. It's my go to do this slalom course. I'd done the course so many times before, but the water was fast and high. And I misjudged going from one side of the river to the other, and I ended up capsizing. And because of the way that my kayak was across the water, the flow of the water, and I'd kind of gone sideways, to right myself, I can flip it back over again, do it like that. But I couldn't do it because the water was against that bit, and so I tried a few times to flip back over, and I had to bail out. Now, I bailed out, and I had my wetsuit on. I had thermals, wetsuit, woolly jumper, I had everything on, but still the shock of the water constricted my chest and I couldn't breathe. And they ended up having to come in. There was a rescue guy at the side, not on a kayak, but on one of those canoe things where you kind of kneel on them. And he came and I had hold of my paddle and my kayak, and he dragged me. I still couldn't breathe. Got me out on the side, and I could start breathing again. And I'm like, I want to swear right now, F this for a game of shoulder. I ain't doing that again. And the, hey, Mega Brangelina, cool name. From down under in Melbourne. So it's the afternoon there now, hey. Evening, because it's 3:30 in here already in Thailand. How are you doing? Good to see you. And so, yeah, I never did it again. And the coach for England was there watching me, and he was like looking at me. And I think he knew then that I was never going to do it again. So there, the universe stopped me from being the professional athlete that way. Now I'm a professional athlete with kickboxing, although I never compete. I've never had a fight, but I get paid to train. How are you? Do you want some cards? 7:15, there you go, Melbourne. Might be coming back to Australia soon. I've lived here in Thailand for 8 years on Koh Tao. I love it here. I thought this was going to be me for the rest of my life, but my guides have given me a load of signs this year that perhaps it's time to go back to Australia. Hey, Bobby. Oh, cool. West Coast of America. Good to hear from you again, Bobby. What are you doing now, Bobby? I tried to send you an email, Bobby, and it got bounced back. I've been trying to get in touch with a load of old customers. Not old, you know what I mean, past customers from way back. 1212. Brangelina, Mega Brangelina. Do you have some cards? So I'm pulling cards out for people because I like doing readings. Oh, thank you so much, Bobby. I'm proud of me too. I've come a long way, and I am so happy now. So happy in myself, healed, confident, take no shit from anyone, kickboxer, loving my life. I'm a different person. I keep on meaning to go and have a look at my videos, because this YouTube channel's been going for a very long time. My old videos of me when I was a bit chubbier, when I wasn't a professional athlete. And I wasn't so happy, and I was kind of shy and a little bit crumpled, I want to say. A bit crumpled by life. Mega Brangelina, you've got a card on. Oh, I love it. Look at this. This is Woman on a Mission. Knight of Swords. This, especially in this deck as well, this is a woman on a mission. This is someone that has something that they came here to achieve in this lifetime. And when you get in alignment with it, it's all like, hobbity-doo, as my eldest son used to say when he was a kid. He used to hold like a Christmas wrapping paper tube up in the air like it's a sword and say, hobbity-doo, when he was playing. I think it was meant to be like an army 1-2-1-2 or something like that, but it was hobbity-doo for him, and it's always kind of stuck with me. Which state? Well, talking of my eldest son, he has 3 children, my grandchildren, and he's in Sunshine Coast, so it'll be the Sunshine Coast that I go to. Not Melbourne. I went to Melbourne once. I did when I first moved to Australia from the UK, when I started this business was called Byron Bay Neurotherapy, because I was living in Byron Bay. I'd done neurotherapy before in Germany, and done courses there, and then I needed to get my Australasian qualifications for it, and so I went to Melbourne to do it. It's the only time I've been there. It was around Easter time, and I was freezing. I cannot handle the cold. Look at me now, I've got a hoodie on, and I live in Thailand. It's... Hang on, the fan is switched off, so it's not telling me the temperature. I got the aircon on because it's taken the moisture out of the air. 22 degrees in here. It's 22 degrees. And I've got my hoodie on. And my jeans and socks. I've got socks on, but that's more about the dampness on the floor because monsoon came back. So, Brangelina, Mega Brangelina, you're a woman on a mission. Get in the adventure zone. You're a woman on a mission, can help you to bring that into fruition. So the way that I created the adventure zone is also what I put into the adventure zone, if that makes sense. In January, I was meditating by the pool. There's a pool out there. I live in a resort here, and I was meditating on one of the sun lounges and expanding my mind beyond what is possible here in this dimension. And as I'm doing that, I had this idea. I was hit by, not the adventure zone, not the name of it, but this idea for this program. But here's the thing, it was the process that I was going through to put it into a program. So the very thing that birthed the adventure zone is what is in the adventure zone. And then I was super, super inspired to do it. And so I spent about 6 weeks putting it all together. And here it is. And so it's taking you through the process of what it took to create the adventure zone. Not the business process or anything like that. The getting in alignment and moving all of the restrictions that I have and what's possible and all of that kind of thing. I wasn't trying to manifest it. I wasn't trying to manifest anything. I was just experimenting with my energy to go beyond what I've even known. And from that is where the adventure zone came. So it's exciting. And I wanna teach you to do the same thing as well, so that your thing can come through too. So if you want to sign up, $300 off at the moment. There's the link. Go check it out. Oh, so yeah, send me an email, Bobby. It's been wild on your end. The old you would be touched. You're still here. Cool. Yes. Okay. It's been silent. I've had the last couple of years, especially last year, 2024 was just like nothing. The power might go out again. It was just nothing. Like there was nothing coming through at all. I'm like, guys, come on. Like I'm here, I've got these, I can help people. You're not giving me anyone. You know, it'd gone really quiet. Hey. And I'm like, inspire me. And I could be using this time to write books. I wasn't. I was just doing my kickboxing, helping them open the gym. That the last 6 months I've been really focused on that. So a new gym and stadium here that we opened, and I do the bookings for that. So I was having a great time. I mean, I live on a tropical island and I love it, you know. Training and opening that and helping them organise that and all of that kind of thing. Been having a great time, but I'm like, come on, guys, I need to earn money for one, and I've got these gifts, and I feel like not useless, but like it's horrible having gifts and then not being put to use. Do you know what I mean? And you see people struggling, and it's like, why are you not bringing them to me? I just didn't get it. Anyway, it just seemed like I was treading water. I was making some YouTube videos, whatever, but really not being inspired very much at all. Constantly thinking, I want to make a program, and I was trying to think of things myself, you know, trying to come up with ideas myself, but none of them really lit me up. None of them were really like, yes, this is it. But then when I did that meditation, it was like, yes, this is it. So I get that in silent. Oh, cool. Bobby, so good to hear from you. Bobby, let's get your card out. Oh, things need to end, Bobby. Holding on to things that need to end. Let me get you another card out. I'm not really getting painful endings from that. I'm not really getting the end of the pain either, which is what that card can be about. I'm getting more a resistance to letting go of something that's become habitual to you. You're not clinging to it. It's just become normal to you, and there's a bit of discomfort if you let it go, and you don't really want that discomfort because you won't know what's on the other side of it. Seven of Cups. You don't know what's on the other side of it. The Seven of Cups is all about choices. So confusion about choices, like, well, if I don't do this, what will I do? Well, if you don't do that, what you will do will come. Manifestations always happen after a letting go. Always. We don't get ideas unless we've got space, is another way of putting it. Make space. The universe loves a vacuum. If you make space in your life, it's going to fill it. It's going to fill it with something better. Don't wait around to know what you're going to do next. Now, this isn't advice for everybody. This is in particular for Bobby. This is why I like to do one-on-one readings, because general advice doesn't really cut it, because what is good advice for one person isn't good advice for another, right? Imagine if I were talking to, not you, but someone who was like really impulsive and like really not making good decisions for themselves, you know? That would be terrible advice for them. But I'm not talking to them, I'm talking to you, Bobby. Let go. That thing, let go of that thing that you're holding on to, not for dear life. It's not even big energy, which is probably why you're not letting go of it, right? You're thinking that's something and nothing, it doesn't really matter. But you do need to let go of it and create that space, and then you'll get what you choose next. It represents you right now, Mega Brangelina. Loving life, cool. Survival mode, really. I'll tell you how you do. I'll tell you how you do it. Quest 1 in the reset zone of the adventure zone. That is how you do it. That's how you break free of that. The reset zone. So the adventure zone has got 5 zones in it, which is the major part of the program. But I recognize that there is a time when you need something bigger than that. But it's not bigger than that, but you need a complete reset. That's why it's called the reset zone. Because of whatever's going on in life, especially when you're experiencing lack. I know what that's like. It is so hard to get out of that, because it's like what you are experiencing, right? So how can you not believe in that? Here's the thing, you have to put yourself first. You have to know that your well-being and you and your path forward is way more important than any lack or money or anything like that you're experiencing at the moment, and put yourself first. And when you do that, when you prioritize yourself, just forget it. No amount of worrying about your situation or pushing or anything like that is going to make a difference. So just stop that for a while and prioritize yourself. Then something will come through from that. Lightsaber. It's my hydrogen water bottle. I've been drinking hydrogen water for a while now. When I first started drinking it, I remember feeling the health benefits. I drink it every day now, so I can't remember what those were. But it did make me feel better, and so I just carry on. So I drink a few of them. I infuse it. Can you see the bubbles coming up? I infuse it for like 10 minutes, the highest setting, and then I just drink it. I probably have about, I don't know, 8 of them a day, I'd say. So who wants to join the Adventure Zone? Now's the best time to join. So the way it's going to work is you get lifetime access to this membership system, which is on behealing.com, my website. So always the same place. It's the way you get my readings from. It's where all of my stuff has always been. And you'll log into there. So you'll see that there's a little login on my website now. You'll log in there and you'll get access to all of the membership stuff. So you've got lifetime access to all of that. You can do it in your own time if you want. However, because I'm going to be launching this 2 or 3 times a year, I don't know, to bring like groups in at once. So this is the first launch. We're in day 6 of the first launch. So day 7 is where it ends. This first one is $300, cheaper than the regular price will be, because it's the first time, you know. And so once everyone's in, some of the people that have joined up already have already started on quest 1 in the foundation zone, which is zone 1. You'll do the quest toward the end of this week. And then I'll have a live show at the weekend with your questions and answers, what came up for you, anything you got stuck on, and all of that kind of thing, pulling cards and stuff like that. And then I'll set you off on quest 2, and then we'll do that together, and then I'll do a live show. It's in a private Facebook group. And we'll do that through the whole program until we get to the end, and then I'll launch again and bring in the next group of people. And you get to do it as many times as you want. You might not want to do it straight away with the next group of people, or you might. Up to you. Or you might just want to do, I don't know, if you've got like trust issues or whatever, or you find it difficult, I don't know, something difficult in there, you might want to do that section with us and sit the rest out. You can do it as many times as you like. You can do it once a year if you want, or whatever. But I am committed to it, so it's going to be around for a long time. It's just what you were supposed to hear. Ah, cool. Boom. There you go. There's your sign. I'm good at that. Delivering signs. Join the Adventure Zone. So you've got until 6 p.m. tomorrow, Bangkok time, for that $300 discount. Then the doors will be closing, but let me let you in on a secret. There is another way of getting in when I'm not in a launch, and it's through doing my free programs on behealing.com. So if you visit behealing.com right now, a little window will pop up inviting you to put your email address and your name in. The one that's on there right now is 6 fun quests for next level self-love. And so if you do that, you'll get a quest every 2 days to do. They are really fun, those ones as well. And then 2 days after that, you'll get invited to join the Adventure Zone. That'll be the only way that you can get in between launches. I wouldn't recommend that though. You're not going to get the discount if you do that. And also, you'll be starting like midway through, which isn't the best. It's best to start with a launch, in the launch, do it alongside with us. Definitely for the first time, to go through the whole process live with us, and so that you can get that support along the way of everyone, not just me, of everyone that's in there. So I'd recommend signing up. Of course, it's my program, and I want to help people with it. So there it is. Think about it, or sign up now. Who else would like cards? Who else is watching? So good to see you, Bobby. So glad to give you that sign as well before you go to bed. Sleep well. Yeah, so good to hear from you. Hey. Wow. Long time. Yeah, I did try and send you an email last week, and it got returned. Email address not valid. And the others as well, most. I'm going to be starting a podcast, Bobby, if you're still there. I'm going to be starting a podcast soon, because over the last few weeks I've realized I'm one of the few left in business still doing this 25 years later, and that there's something in that. There I was feeling like I wasn't that successful because I'm not rolling in money. But then to find out that most people aren't even in business anymore, I'm like, what? Whoa, wait. I am successful after all. So I will be starting a podcast very soon. And it's going to be more about the business side of things, but not just, it's Adventures of the Spiritual Entrepreneur, it's called. And it's not just about entrepreneurs in the spiritual business like I've got, but it's about running any kind of a business in this spiritual way of alignment. And so I'm going to be doing podcasts for another angle of bringing people in to the Adventure Zone as well, but focused on entrepreneurs, because I had no idea that I was that successful, to be honest, and now I realise that I am, so that's cool. And I've got something to share, because I must be doing something right to still be around. And I've never had I have had a job. I lie. I have had a job, but it's just been because it's a fun job. My fun jobs have been, so I used to have a best friend in Byron Bay. I was running my business, but he was managing a cafe, and one morning he called me up and he said, "Clem, my waitress hasn't shown up and I can't get someone to come and be a waitress for me." Right, so I'm like, okay. It was a cafe I went to anyway, to catch up with him and friends there and drink coffee. So I went to the cafe, and it was cool because all my friends were in there, but this time I'm just delivering the coffees to them. And so I was chatting to people. It was like getting paid for the place that I went to every morning anyway. And the owner of the cafe was in there watching me, and it's like, "You're having a really good time, aren't you?" And I said, "I am. I'm really having fun." I said, like, the work that I do is just like one-on-one in my business, you know. I was treating people, and I'm like, "This is really cool. It's really social. I'm really enjoying it." It's like, "Would you like more shifts?" I said, "Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I might as well be here and get paid for it, right?" And so he gave me more shifts, and so I did that. And that was a really nice balance of my business and that. Anyway, I can't remember how long I did that. But while I was working there, because I used to have such a great time, I really enjoyed it, hey. I was with all my friends. It was just so much fun. And then there was a lady that came in for breakfast one morning. It was like in the middle of the rainforest and stuff, and like tables around in the trees and stuff like that. It was a really cool place, right by the beach. And there's a lady that came in for breakfast, and she was watching me, and she's like, she said to me, she pulled me over and she said, "Are you looking for other waitressing work?" And I said, "Oh, not really. I've got like my own business, and I just do this because my friend manages it, and I have fun by doing this." She's like, "Yeah, I can tell you're having fun." She said, "It's just, I'm looking for a waitress just like you, because I do these high-end weddings out in the hills from here. And I'm always looking for like good vibe waitresses for it. It's not even every weekend, it's just every now and then, usually on Saturdays. Would you be interested in doing it?" I'm like, weddings. Now, I had been divorced recently, and so I was all like negative about weddings, and I thought, this is really interesting, and I'm going to do this. So I said yes to her, so I'll give it a go, see if I like it. Anyway, it turns out I did like it, because it was a really great team of people. Beautiful place. Sometimes small weddings, sometimes bigger weddings with marquee and stuff like that, but it was amazing. And now to get jobs like filling the spa up with petals and putting heart petals on the bed, heart shape and stuff. And I had some really cool jobs, and there were some really amazing weddings that inspired me that perhaps love isn't messed up after all. And some dreadful ones too, but most of them were amazing. And yeah, I really enjoyed that. So that's fun job number 2 that I had. And after that, I closed my shop down, I worked online, and then I moved from Byron Bay to the Gold Coast, and then didn't have a job there. And then from the Gold Coast, I met a guy and then started living with him on his yacht, and we sailed up the coast. I was running my business from the yacht. The videos were good when I was doing that. I'd be out on deck making short videos. And then we broke up, and that was really hard for me going through that. And the same friend who had that cafe for my first fun job in Byron Bay, he was now living in Port Douglas, so I went to Port Douglas. We'd been there on the yacht recently, I'd caught up with him again, and so I went back there. He was opening a cafe, so I kind of helped him out with that again, because we'd worked together before on the cafe and stuff, but I didn't really work there. I just kind of helped him open it up. And then I would go to this other cafe and have these beautiful iced coffees in the morning and sit there doing my journaling and stuff. And there was a shop next door, and it was a dive shop, and there was a poster in the window, and it said that they were looking for staff to sail a catamaran. Well, I just lived on a catamaran. It was pretty much the same size, but I think it was 2 foot shorter, the one that I lived on, than the one. They wanted someone to sail that with experience, to take people snorkeling. Well, in Byron Bay, I'd been a dive professional as well. That's the other job I had. I used to take people snorkeling and diving. I used to be a dive professional in Byron Bay too, as a fun job. I didn't get paid for it. I just get free dives. And so I went into that shop, and I'm like, I think that's me, who you're looking for on that poster. I've just lived on a catamaran that I used to be able to sail single-handedly, that size. And this is my dive qualifications, taking people snorkeling. It's like, I can already do it. They said, well, can we put you on the yacht tomorrow for a trial day? And so I did. I went on at 7 o'clock in the morning, learned the ropes, so to speak, and it was supposed to be a trial day that I didn't get paid for. Well, at the end of the shift, like 4:30, the skipper, she was calling the boss, and she said, you need to pay Claire for today. She already knows how to sail. She's been a fully functional member of the staff today. We hardly had to teach her a thing at all. You need to pay her. And that they didn't have staff for the evening shift. They had like a jolly, we used to do like a sunset, bring your beer onto the boat, a sunset sail. And then the shift would end, it would be like 4:30 till 7 o'clock in the evening where it would be finished. And so I did that, 12-hour shift. I did that for about 8 months, running my business. This is what my life was like at that time. But how could I say no? They wanted to pay me to do what I would have paid to do to be on this yacht. It was so much fun. Oh, it was amazing. So I used to get up about 5 o'clock in the morning, and I would do the readings that I had to do I wasn't making any YouTube videos at the time. I'd do the readings, the private readings that had come in, and then I'd throw in my gear. I would get a coffee on the way to the yacht, and then go get the yacht ready, hose down the decks, get all the catering going, put that into the fridges, just get everything ready like that. And then we'd take the daytime people group to a little coral cay, a little island off Port Douglas there. We'd sail there or sometimes power there if there wasn't any wind. And then I would take them snorkeling, take a group snorkeling, and then I'd do beach duty on that island while the skipper did a little tour around the island. It was a tiny place. And then, I'd like look after people if they wanted to snorkel a bit more or swim or whatever, doing my life-saving stuff. And then I'd have to swim back to the yacht to go and get lunch ready. That was cool. There was like a snorkel swim all the way back to the yacht, because the rest would be on a little tender boat, to get lunch ready for when they all came back on board. And I loved being on the yacht by myself for that little bit and getting lunch ready, getting all the food out and all of the stuff like that. And then we'd come back, they would be able to swim off the back of the boat for a little bit longer, and then we'd sail back and then clean the boat up again for the evening booze cruise, sunset sail. And then I'd eat on the yacht. The catering was beautiful. And then I'd put in a little plastic container more of the food, take it back home, grab some beer. I was drinking at the time, grab some beers on the way back home, get home, drink the beers, eat my food, go to bed, and do it all over again. And I was pretty much on the yacht every single day. Hectic. I mean, that was hectic, but that was such a beautiful lifestyle. Such a beautiful lifestyle. So I have had jobs, but all of them were not because I needed to have a job. Bee healing has always been the thing that sustained me financially throughout the last 25 years. However, I've had fun jobs, and it's been beautiful. And now I live on this little island and help manage a gym. So again, another fun job. I wasn't even given this job, I just took it. Because I used to help him out a long time ago doing fight nights and stuff. And then when he let me know that he was coming back to the island and opening up a new stadium, it went without saying that I'd be doing all the social media from him and helping that bit, because we used to work so well together. Like, he's got he knows all the fighters and all of that side of it, and I'm really good at the online marketing and stuff like that of it, so it went without saying that I was going to help. I need to refresh the screen because I can't see any chats. Who's on here with me? Anyone else? Want some cards? We've got the Australians in the house now. I'm doing these long lives because you're all in different time zones. I'm losing my voice there. Bobby, sounds wonderful. You went to sign up for the free program, it wouldn't let you. There you go. There were some problems with it. Was it when it was the big screen? I had to quit that one, and now there's a smaller one that pops up, and this works better. You couldn't click on the box, the check box on the other one, so I had to switch it for something else. Yeah, send me an email. I'll sign you up on it if you want me to. I'll be able to do it. I know how to do it. I know how to clear the cache for my website, and so that the little window pops up again for me and put people's emails in there for them. Because it remembers if you've closed it down, and sometimes you can close it down just by, I don't know, clicking the wrong thing, it closed down, and then you're like, I wanted to see that. Yeah. And then once you sign up for my free program, on my website, behealing.com, you'll get an email. In fact, you'll get 2 emails straight away, the welcome and your first quest. And you just, if they're not in your inbox, they're in your spam or your junk folder, or if you're on Gmail, you've got an important folder. I had to go in search of it because I get all my mail on my Mac, and there isn't an important folder on there. I know Gmail used to have a promotions folder that used to hide all of these emails in. And so I went and looked, because I tried to sign up for my own course myself to test it out, and I wasn't getting any emails. I'm like, what the hell? And then I was on to my support people saying, this isn't working, even I'm not getting my emails. And they're like, are you sure? Have you checked junk and spam? I'm like, of course I have. Anyway, I go on Gmail because I noticed that it's all the Gmailers that haven't opened, everyone that's signed up. It's the people that have got at gmail.com that haven't opened any of the emails. I'm like, there's something in this. It's only Gmailers that aren't getting it, so it's not the system. So I logged into Gmail itself and I searched, and then I saw there's this important, I clicked on it because I'm looking at all the folders, right? Promotions wasn't there anymore. I saw this one saying important. I look in it, and there it's hidden all of my important emails. It's hidden them all from me. It hasn't put them to my inbox. But there's a setting you can change in Gmail on there. You can go to settings, inbox, then stop it from filtering things out. Then you'll get your spam and everything like that. But at least you'll get the emails that you want to see. How stupid's that? I understand spam and junk folders, but an important folder where it doesn't give you in your inbox your important emails. Hotmail does that too, does it? Oh, how stupid is that? I mean, there's got to be someone not very smart to put that feature in there. Stupid people, but I used to work in IT, and there are plenty of stupid people in there. I didn't know Hotmail does the same thing. I've got Hotmail as well that I've had for many, many years. I don't use it so much though. I tend to use Claire at behealing.com for everything. I used to have info at behealing.com until they started trying to charge me per email address on behealing.com. And I thought, no, I'm not paying just to have info as well. Everything can go through Claire. But yeah, I do have a Hotmail one, but I use it sometimes for some sign up things, other stuff, because people try and hack you when you've got a domain name a lot. I got a lot of spam for Claire at behealing.com from these scammers. Hey, lately, pain in the ass. Anyone else on? Wanting cards? It's got me. I want a card. What do I need to know? The last iPhone upgrade, really. I don't like the iPhone, the pictures thing now, you know. I do the social media for the gym, and so I take a lot of short videos and post them on Instagram. The kids these days are pretty much using Instagram like Google, and so they'll look for the hashtags code Tara there, and then like what do they want to do. So I post a lot of videos there, but when they made that change, and then they're like this, and I can't see little things like that. I used to be able to look at it and it's like, now it's like this, and I can't see who it is anymore, and I have to go into each one. It's such a time waster. And I know you can do this, but it's still not a big fan of the iPhone upgrade. Like, just sometimes they don't do stuff very well. I wear this mic, well, you can't see it, it's underneath here, but I can't use this mic with an iPhone on the iPhone video. How stupid's that? Like, I can plug this mic in, the receiver for it is in the back of my Mac at the moment, but I can put it, I've got a connection to put it in the iPhone. But you can only record videos with another app. You can't use the iPhone video app and use the microphone. Why can't they put the technology in to use an external mic? That makes no sense at all. Why do I have to get another app to be able to do that and make it really complicated? They just seem to leave out the simplest of things, and then they fix stuff that didn't need fixing. I've got the Page of Pentacles. Wow. I've got the Page of Pentacles here. Of course, it's about communicating. Pages. The messengers, communicating something new. Pages are about the start of something as well. Of course, I'm launching, it's what I'm doing right now. Page of Pentacles as well is often about dreaming something up. 7-day launches are too long, I know that. I'm not doing it again. 4-day, I'll do it 4 days next time. A 4-day launch, 7 days is too much. I'm like, whew, I'm trying to keep the energy up, and I'm like, I'm tired, and my voice is going. But yes, I'm speaking out on it. I know that this adventure zone is very powerful, and it's worth way more than the money that is in there that it's costing at the moment. It's $3 cheaper than a one-on-one session with me at the moment. And you get lifetime access to me through it, so it's well worth the price that it is at the moment. I would recommend everyone to jump on that price at the moment. But yeah, it's going up $300 tomorrow evening. And the doors will be closing then as well. Although if you're in one of those free programs, you will get access to it. But I don't recommend doing that, you know. 1, you won't get the $300 off. 2, you'll be joining like midway through it. And it's better to do the first round live with me. You'll get way more out of the program doing that. So it's much better to join when I'm doing the launch. I'd say that much. Or you can join halfway through and then not join in and just wait for the next launch to come. I know. Up to you. You can join midway through, but if you don't have the foundations in place to follow the process, you're going to miss out on something, I would say. So is there anything that I need to know? Anything that I need to know? Page of Pentacles. Exploring unity consciousness. I need to know exploring unity consciousness. It's getting really dark in here. Hard to see. I am one eternal light, appearing as all. I am one eternal light, appearing as all. Exploring unity consciousness. We're all one. There is no time. We are consistently, all the time, shifting dimensions, but we tend to shift into a dimension that's exactly the same as that one that we're in. Time doesn't exist. Did you know that? Time doesn't exist. It seems very real to us as humans, but you don't have past lives and future lives and different ages at all. There's just many different dimensions. So the 3-year-old self of you is happening now. It's just in a different dimension. But what we do is recreate pretty much exactly the same dimension until we don't. until we change our consciousness, and then we can shift into a different dimension that's got different rules and different experiences in there. And this is how doing that dimension shift, which you've all done when there's been a crisis. So say if it keeps on raining and we have like major floods, or like COVID was another crisis on this island where the tourism stopped, and a lot of people are on like the poverty line here. They don't earn very much at all. Burmese and Thai workers here, they don't earn very much at all, especially the Burmese, in the hotels and stuff like that. And when the tourism stopped, their income stopped for a lot of them. Some places managed to keep them on. This resort that I live in, they kept all the staff on, which was really good. But it was horrible, because suddenly then we had an island full of workers that had no money and had no food. And so we had to feed them all, you know. And so there was like soup kitchens, but it wasn't soup. Well, I guess it was noodle soup and stuff like that, to feed them all. And then free ferries were put on to get them off the island so that they could go back home on the mainland and survive as best they could back home, because they wouldn't be able to survive here. And so it's horrible. But my point being, when there's a crisis like that, we tend to all pull together that unity consciousness and come up with solutions, right? And just that mindset shift when there's a crisis really shifts us into a different dimension. And other times that you have shifted dimensions as well, naturally, is when you've had an awakening, a spiritual awakening. You shift dimensions big time then. You take a big leap then. Yeah, quantum leaps is what these called, into a different dimension with different rules, right? And we know that we've done this because the dimensions are slightly different. The details are slightly different. The history is slightly different. And so you know how we go on social media and then someone will say, but this brand is called that, and I always thought it was called this instead, and it's slightly different, and the logo is slightly different and stuff. And everyone else says, yeah, me too. I was sure, I would have bet money on it that it was this other thing and not what it was in history. And this, or we call them glitches in the matrix, right? There's these things over and over again, and it's not glitches in the matrix, it's just in that dimension it's different. As you've taken a quantum leap into another dimension, well, now is the time to do that. And yes, it could come through crisis. Yeah, it can happen with wars and stuff like that there can be this giant leap, and a lot of people will go into a new dimension, create something much better, and live a completely different experience. So why are you in this dimension that you're in right now? Because your higher self has decided to put your consciousness into this dimension. So from our experience, we experience time, and our consciousness is here most of the time with our body, isn't it? Because we've got these senses, and so our consciousness is right here, but it doesn't need to be. We can close our eyes now, we can go into a different dimension. I can send you into a dimension when you were 3 years old. I can send you into a dimension, you know, in your mind, you can go there, you can go and visit these dimensions. But here's the thing, and science is proving this now. So you know that thing, I can't remember the year it was, where they put that particle in a collider, and it changed spin in direction, and then on the other side of the world, the other particle changed at exactly the same time. So those particles used to have a relationship with each other before, opposite sides of the world, in different labs. When one changed, they changed the spin of one, the other one changed at exactly the same time, instantaneously. So no communication between them or anything like that. It's like, okay, when a particle has been connected to another, the instant it changes, the other one changes, which was huge. That's a huge thing, because that shows us that reality isn't what we think it is, right? We've always thought, no, there's got to be a mechanical process or whatever. But it's not. There's instantaneous. Well, let's just expand on that, shall we? Particle, person. If you've been connected with anybody or anything, when you change your vibration, that other thing changes too. Oh, that sounds like it's in alignment with the law of attraction, doesn't it? Okay. So when I change my vibration, everything else that I have been connected with at any time changes too. So I can change my vibration right now. Oh, I can connect myself with things in other dimensions. I can go visit another dimension in my future. Time doesn't exist, so I can go there right now, put my consciousness there in meditation, get into a deep state of meditation, and then go visit my future self that's got everything that I want in there. Spend a bit of time in there experiencing what it's like to be my future self. I've just connected myself with all of those things because time doesn't exist. It's not time travel. Oh, time travel. Oh. Well, how about that? There isn't any time, is there? So if I can do that, if I can place my consciousness somewhere enough times in meditation you've got to be in a deep state, in the theta state, because if you're in that theta state, you're in the field of all potentiality, and then you go visit that other dimension in your mind with your consciousness. You're placing your consciousness there instead of in this dimension, experiencing another dimension where you've got everything. Breaking free of the limitations from this one. The more time you spend in that, not only connecting yourself with those things, so those things are changing, you're changing yourself and becoming more of that person that's in that other dimension. At some point that you do that, there will be, in your experience in this dimension now, there will be a letting go to do. And then you'll take a quantum leap. This is why there's always a letting go before a manifestation. You are not manifesting something into this dimension. You're doing the opposite. You are manifesting you going into the dimension where that thing is. And that's why there's always a letting go that happens to get yourself into that dimension. You've got to let go of something that's keeping you, holding you in this dimension. When you let that go, boom, you're in the new dimension. Now, I have had a lot of dimension shifts in my life. I've lived in many continents, and I do tend to, not always, but I do tend to have a dimension shift when I move. This is how I know one's coming up for me, because I've been visiting that dimension a lot. I've been given a lot of signs about it too. The adventure zone as well. My God, the synchronicities around this are ridiculous. Like the amount of times people are saying adventure to me, it's just adventure is everywhere at the moment for me. That is, I change my energy and anything that I'm connected with changes alongside of me instantaneously, right? Are you getting it now? Am I expanding your mind right now with the possibilities? I am telling you, people are going to be doing some amazing stuff, and it's going to be not with technology, no, with our humanness and our powers of consciousness, our mental, emotional, human powers of consciousness, and exploring all of that. Isn't that exciting? That's where we're headed. That's where the revolution is heading us now, and the adventure zone is all about us doing that. So I'll probably be adding things to it as I explore even more and I do these things. And so when my old housemate back in Byron Bay was bending forks in front of my eyes like this, holding it up and going, look at this, Claire, in between us, and it's going like this, the fork. I'm like, teach me. He said, I sat in meditation for a very long time in a tent at the bottom of the garden. That's how. And I was like, then I started meditating a lot, of course, but it's not just about the meditation, it's what you do in that meditation. Breaking free of the limits that you believe about this dimension. It's also very exciting. Also very exciting. I'm losing my voice. Who's still with me? Anyone still with me? So join the adventure zone. Get in there. Let's do this. Oh, my throat. I need to get out of here because I can't speak. Well, it's 4:00. It's 1 day and 2 hours left to get you $300 off the Adventure Zone membership. Get in there. What are you waiting for? Sign up. Save you $300. You know you're going to go in there anyway eventually. Perhaps next launch. And then it's going to cost you $300 more. So don't do that. Get in there now and let's do it today, together. I'm out of here because I'm going to get my dinner now and then wind down for the evening. There's only so much excitement I can take. I hope I have provided value in here. Thank you so much for coming along and sharing this with me. Visit my website, behealing.com. Sign up for my free program. Sign up for the Adventure Zone, and I'll see you in there. And tomorrow is the last day of the launch. I don't know what I'm doing yet tomorrow. We'll see. I'll see how I feel in the morning because, you know, I'm in the flow, and I do with my guides, and they're guiding me every step of the way. And so in the mornings, I sit in meditation. I'm like, okay, guys, what are we doing today for the launch? I don't know yet for the last day of the launch, but I'll know tomorrow morning, and so I'll let you know. Have a good one, everybody. I'll see you next time. Thanks so much for being a part of this.